Why, hello there. Good to see you. Or is it nice to meet you? Well, no matter. You can call me Loki. Now then, shall we begin? How are we doing, everyone? Good to see you guys. I've been excited. I can't believe we're at this point. Like, really nuts. For those that are watching for the first time, like I said, you can call me Loki. I'm a fan of these games, and I'm, suffice to say, not impressed with the direction of their localization. So much so that I wrote a book, which you can find linked into the description. It's called Abyssal Archive. It is a full breakdown of the entirety of the original Dark Souls, 2 volumes worth of content, hard-hitting analysis with lots of commentary regarding the original localization compared to the Japanese script. If you're interested in that, please check it out in the link below, like I said, in the description. But if you're still on the fence and you don't know, oh, I want to get it, or don't really know which one I want to get, or how much it's worth it, or is this really gonna be good? I mean, it's written by a fan, right? It's not like it's an official From Software published book, right? And completely understandable. Well, watch this playthrough. See how you feel. If you really want, you can always get it later. I appreciate the support either way. We have our options. Gwyn, kind of controversial, not gonna lie. Oh boy, Adolphus, we're starting this strong. I wish I could watch this live, but I'm at work. I'll definitely catch up on the VOD later. No problem, El Henibre. I understand. Hi, Samai, and good day to you. Hey, man, how you doing? What a pleasant surprise. It's time. It is, Pantaray. It is. An aerodynamism. Nice. Yep, nice. I'm very excited. I'm glad to have you guys here. Let's see how long we can do this. I guess I shouldn't do the starting soon anymore, huh? How do I, game? Oh, there we go. Game? There we go. Alright, let's enter the character name. Buy my book. There we go. Let's make a meme out of this. We gotta grift harder, clearly. I haven't slept yet. Yeah, I'm glad you're able to make it. Okay, let's start now. Please. Now, for the idea of how this lore through is going to work, for those not in the know, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play through the game as much as I can, hopefully in its entirety, right to the end. And I'm going to give my commentary on the lore and things that I talk about in Abyssal Archive. Obviously, I'm going to try to recover as much of this from memory as I can, though I may have to switch out and stuff, because the way Prepare to Die edition works, I'm not sure if that, like, cuts out the music or something for you guys. If it does, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, but we're just going to have to live with that. Let's see. We start here, we got a basic warrior, again, basic knight. Wanderer, basic wanderer, someone just goes around. Again, each of the stats correspond to the type of character that we're dealing with, so there's always the idea that we're not just picking classes. The Japanese term is more like a background. So the idea is that you are not just picking, say, someone of a certain archetype, you're picking someone that has actual character and, like, a life story behind this. And each of these are sort of tailored into this world. Now, some of them are more generic than others. Like, the first few, pretty generic. Like, you can imagine a lot of situations for these types of classes. But then you get to, like, the thief, and it's like, okay, it's not just a thief. It says that it's a guilt-ridden thief, or something like penitent. The idea is that, you know what, he's had a rough life. He's been a bad person, but you know what, he feels bad about what he's done, and so he kind of, like, hopes that he'll be forgiven for that, right? He's actually kind of wanting to repent a little bit. So as you can see, he has decently high faith compared to some of the other classes. Like, the only comparable one for what we've gone through so far is the knight. So it's like, okay, and again, the idea that a knight is someone who is more faithful than, say, your average warrior or your average wanderer, again, is very sensible, because the idea is that knights represent, by the code of chivalry, represent God and country. So there's this idea that they're very much aligned to be not just the ideals for the nation, to be the people, you know, they defend the poor from oppression by the rich and all that type of stuff. The idea is that they're also, of course, God-fearing men who are doing their right by the morality of the mainstream religion here. This guy, not so much, but he kind of wants to change his ways. Very interesting. A scholar at play. Yeah, I guess again, you guys, if you are interested into what I'm doing here, you can also can check the community tab. We have a link to Discord that should be there. We also have, of course, a Twitter account at Loki_DS, or yeah, I guess I should say at Loki_DS, or that's type of thing. And then there's also, of course, this YouTube channel. So again, feel free to like and subscribe. Okay, grifting done. We can move on. Bandit, again. It should be noticed that the difference between the thief and the bandit is that this term for bandit used means like a mountain thief, a mountain bandit. So the idea being is that this is someone who hangs out in forests and mountains, regions and things like that. Hence the attire where it's like, you know, a little bit more plain and bare, you know, more like almost like a barbarian type of class. I think if this replaces the barbarian class from Demon Souls, if I recall correctly. But as you can see, he has his own special shield, his axe, all that. Then you got a hunter, again. Pretty normal with, pretty generic hunter, nothing really to say about there. Someone who goes out, hunts, does, oftentimes for rich and nobles and kings and things of that sort. Sorcerer, again, this one's a sorcerer from the Dragon School, because again, this is their uniform, so it's very specific. So you're definitely someone who comes from Vinheim, or at the very least you've attended the Vinheim Dragon School if you are wearing this. Mountain Barbaro, exactly, aerodynamism. Pyromancer, my favorite class, but we're not picking him today. Again, the idea with pyromancers is the term means, jujutsushi. Okay, so to clarify, sorcerer is a majutsushi, which means kind of like a magic arts, user or expert. And then you have a pyromancer, which doesn't literally mean like a firecaster or something like that. It's more so a jujutsushi or like a spell arts user. Now, what's the difference between a magic arts and spell arts? Well, the Japanese magic arts has more of kind of this like organized, sort of like civilized connotation to it, right? Like it's very like methodical and things like that. Jujutsu has this idea of being a bit more primal, something more akin to like what tribal witch doctors will cast and things of that nature. So again, the idea that these are pyromancer from the Great Swamp, for example, is someone who wears these these kind of tattered robes, as we can see, who looks like he's someone who came out of a bog, has those little bones and stones and gems and things all strung up in a cord and all that. So generally, the idea that he wields an axe and has these thick shoes to go sludging through marshland and all that and cutting down trees that might be in his way, things of that nature. So you really get a sense here that this is someone who lives close to nature and deals with more natural arts. Now, the idea being is that pyromancy generally deals with fire, so that's why the localization seems to have adopted that. And in Abyssal Archive, you'll see I stick with the pyromancer translation for my margin notes on my translations, simply because it's a term that's very easily recognizable for all of you, and I don't want to confuse you by saying like conjurator or something like that constantly. And then we have a cleric on pilgrimage. So there's this idea that clergymen don't always, clergymen who are sort of not satisfied or sort of feeling not like they're quite in their element as a man of God, sort of go to find their journey of self-discovery, right? So it's like they sort of dress up in these very plain, simple robes, and they sort of go out into the world and try to find the faith out in nature. This is very similar to what we see in Japan with its wandering monks and things like that. But the general idea is that, okay, I'm not feeling the faith in the church, right? I'm having this thing where it's like you're reading me scripture, I'm learning, I'm studying, but I really don't kind of like feel like that deep connection to my spirituality there. So I'm gonna dress up in these plain robes, you know, kind of go wandering the world and finding the faith out there in reality, right? It's sort of like not being cloistered in my little ivory tower of God. So very interesting idea. It also seems to be explaining our specific backstory, because we do see how undead clerics are treated in other contexts, which we will see going on later. But in this context, it's more so a case of, hey, this guy wanted to sort of go out, maybe because they were undead or have you, but they wanted to go out and have this journey of self-discovery. And again, this will tie into the backstory we talked about later. And then, of course, the deprived. Just someone who apparently has nothing. No backstory of note. Interesting thing to mention about the cleric, of course, is the shield. Somehow the bandit shield has a spider with a sort of a poison defense going on for it. This one has a double-headed eagle or hawk, and this is, or I think falcon maybe even. But the idea is that this represents a, this is a symbol of empire, and this does give you the idea that as a cleric, like the idea is that this religion is very much like sort of an empire-wide. It goes across various countries and in the continent. He's just mortally challenged and needs a little help getting around. He's just mortally challenged, yeah. Anyway, so for today, we're gonna go with the Thief. I wanted to have a, I didn't want to do Pyromancer like I usually do for my playthroughs in Dark Souls games. And recently, we've been doing a lot of Sorcerer and stuff, so... want to have something a little bit more melee focused to start with. Maybe we'll go into Miracles, maybe we'll go into Pyromancy. Probably gonna have to go into Pyromancy just to get Quilana and stuff, but we'll see how that goes. Anyway, that's something to talk about. We already have the Master Key, but I want to not rely on it too much. Yeah. So we have a, okay, this is called, they call this here the Goddess's Blessing. This is actually an accurate way of calling Divine Blessings. For whatever reason, this is the only place that Divine Blessings are referred to as the Goddess's Blessing. Localization. As you can see, consistency was not the Dark Souls localization's strong suit. Same thing with Demon Souls, and this is certainly the first of many examples to come. But again, the idea that Guinevere's holy waters are out here. We'll learn more about Guinevere as we're going forward, but it does give you the idea that, hey, you can find these out in the world and have them. Black Fire Bombs, generic as you can come. Twin Humanities, again, fairly generic. You can imagine this happening. The term here used is sprite, but it more accurately means like a spirit or something. So it's like, again, because the idea is humanity is a soul, though some people don't quite understand that. Like, they don't quite grasp that. Binoculars, again, I'm pretty sure we can loot these from, like, Firelink Shrine, so no problem there. Pendant, again, does nothing, but it reminds... The idea of a pendant, symbolically, is the idea is that when you have a pendant, it's usually something you get from someone, or you get so that way you can have memory of someone, right? Like, you put, like, a picture of someone on your pendant or your locket or whatever. So there's the idea that this is a treasured item that reminds you of people you care about at home. And it's very relevant for us as undead because, well, it's, well, not exactly, we're not going home anytime soon. Appreciator of nudity. Then we have the Master Key. Again, we already have this. It's a stupid item, but we're gonna try to deal with it. Tiny Beings Ring. Now, this is a weird way to put it, but the idea is that it's a small life's ring. So life does have this idea of being like a living something. So that's probably why they look with being here. Though later games, obviously, they just call it like the life ring or something to that effect. And the idea is that we have these various rings that have this connotation of being, how do you put it? You have rings that you can put magic power and things into, and there's this idea that this ring has more life placed into it, and therefore that life is sort of extended to us, so that way we can live longer. So very interesting concept. And finally, the Old Witch's Ring. The kanji here for old doesn't just mean someone from like a long time ago. It specifically has this idea of someone who is aged or elderly, so someone who is definitely sort of older than say relative to maybe other witches. And this becomes extremely notable because obviously we get the idea that the ring is from a very long time ago. It has no obvious effect, but as we see, it's very relevant to the larger history with pyromancers, which we will go into quite shortly. And then, different stuff, no lore here. Faces. Now this is funny, because for those who've read Abyssal Archive, we actually had a lot of the stuff, the lore related to not the faces, but the hairs after this, added last minute. So I knew about lore for these different faces, but I didn't realize hairs had it too, especially when you compare to later games where they don't. So it's very funny how this worked out. Okay, so we have the average commoner face, the farmer of this 5-finger delta, or like a river basin. So the idea is that, you know, you're a peasant. You're living somewhere in some country, and there's this river that presumably splits into various like tributaries and all that that resembles quote unquote 5 fingers. And there's this idea there that you kind of live like that. You kind of see with the kind of almost sunburnt look to their skin and all that. Someone who's actually been under the sun. Then we have the Astoran Noble. Now, nobles in Dark Souls often get translated as royalty, unfortunately. And this gets extremely obnoxious, especially when you compare it to later games which do start getting this right, but it is what it is. For this one, we at least get the idea that, okay, nobles seem to be common in this place called Astora, but it's obviously got this very handsome, refined, noble face, right? The very stereotypical fantasy noble look. Hey, Martin, welcome on in. I love the bits of storytelling in the original descriptions. Also, I like how it implies the dark sign has reached all the countries of the world. Yeah, there is the point being that the obvious idea is that, you know, it's universal because it all comes from within man, but there's the idea that there's this curse among man, and everyone from all walks of life have a background that could end up undead. So we have a story noble, then we have the idea of someone who comes from the academy, of Vinheim. Now again, it should be made that there's this idea that having a look of a scholar, quote unquote, or it should be more accurate to say it's a student face. And the idea is that if you're a student from the Dragon Academy or the Dragon School, why is this so notable? Why is it where it's like, oh, but you're intelligent and stuff? Why is that sort of inviting insult? Well, there's this idea that the term for student doubles to refer to a student back in sort of pre-war Japan era, where during that period, students would go out and they would actually be sort of live-in servants at people's homes in order to pay for their tuition to go to school, right? Like, they don't have enough so they can, like, room at a dorm or something like that. So it's like, okay, they live under another family's auspices, and they would kind of do cleaning and do all that stuff. So the idea being is that it gets snickers from other people because, like, oh, you have a student's face. It's like, ha ha ha. So there's the idea that the Dragon School, probably, it's very expensive to get in. It's not easy for you to you know, learn all the secrets of sorcery, right? So if you're going here, you better be willing to live in some Vinheim household's employ and doing whatever it is they want from you, even if it's sort of humiliating and unbecoming of a academic. So there's that sort of connotation we're getting right off the bat here. And then we get the Thorland Cleric. Obviously, it gives us the idea that people from Thorland are generally clergy. And there's the idea of stalwart clerics, or this idea that they are very stubborn. And this sort of gives the idea that the religious nation of Thorland is a very sort of rigid country that's very hierarchical and orthodox, as it were, and this becomes relevant later. Also, fun fact, the name Thorland itself, it's more accurate to if it would be translated as something like Sol Londo, which again we will talk more about it as we get further into this game. Jubilant Katarina, again, this idea of being very happy. It should be recognized that the kanji here being used for Katarina and Karim give us the idea of sort of yin and yang. So the sort of idea that Katarina is very warm, sunny, enthusiastic and all that, while you go to Karim and it's very dour, depressing, gloomy, dark, you know, sort of all these sort of opposites being played off here, but you get the idea that these are very different countries. But again, the point is that the country of Katarina is known for, you know, they like to celebrate and they like to drink when they celebrate. So, what a shocker. And then you have Karim, which again, there's the idea that Karim has this sort of ominous look to the people in Karim, like they look very like, oh, something's going wrong there in that country. And this has been sort of pegged on the local Earl of Karim, Lord Arstor, though Japanese could be read more accurately as like Alster, but again, nothing I'm going to focus on too much for this lore through. And then we have classic Xena. So the idea of classic is the idea of historical, the idea that this is people from Xena go way back. Xena's one of these countries that has retained traits from a very older time. And again, the idea that they're thoughtful, mature. So there's the idea that there's a lot of wisdom in man long ago compared to now. Among other things that will become obvious as we go through with it. And there's the idea, of course, that Xena is this very isolated country, as we'll learn. And so it's the idea of why they've been able to preserve these traits, and how that's relevant to the larger narrative. And then finally, we have Eerie Great Swamp. Well, actually, not finally. We got one more after this. Oops, I forgot the Easters. So we have this idea of Great Swamp, quote-unquote, heretics face prejudice for their atypical looks. So there's this idea that what happens is, and they say like eerie or something, what they mean is that you look different from the norm, right? There's the idea that you are different or different form. Now, the way this can be read in Japanese, this can be read two ways, and one way to read the idea, again, of this kanji different form is like as atypical, you just look different from the norm, but not necessarily bad, or as grotesque, as in, you know, like you're different from the norm, and it's kind of ugly, disgusting, unsightly, gross, like, I don't want to look at it. So there's this definitely big idea that there's this wordplay going on how because you have these atypical features, the stuff that doesn't have the, you know, the idea of like this refined beauty where you're very symmetrical and stuff like that, you get sort of face sort of prejudice from people, and this makes you a quote-unquote heretic, because heretic here means like different end, and it can also mean stuff like connotations of like nonconformists and the like, stuff like where you aren't necessarily in a religious sense a heretic, you're more so a heretic in various other dimensions, like say you just don't follow the norm for someone, like, you know, you're a fashion heretic or something, right? Like you're a hipster. So that type of stuff is something to keep in mind, especially when we get into Chaos Demons later. And then finally, the actual finally, is Easterners, which again gives us the idea that there is this sort of Japan proxy that exists in the Dark Souls universe that is worth noting. And again, very stereotypical Asian features, right? So, what do we want to look like? I'm a thief, right? So, where do we want to be a thief from? I don't know, I'm thinking Kareem. Gotta look the part. Now hair. Shaved, nothing to say here. Receding, nothing to say here, just that you're getting old. Nothing to say here. Nothing to say here. Nothing really to say here. Again, lots of wildness to this one. Kind of gives you the idea that they've worked a lot, but nothing too crazy. Again, nothing too crazy. You see stuff like this on Griggs and people who are supposed to be like quote-unquote young. Semi-long, yeah, fine, works. Curly, nope, crazy. And here. And color. Here's where it comes into play. So, we want to be... let's go wild, because we are a thief who probably doesn't care for our stuff. And then, here's the different colors for the hairs and eyes and stuff. This is where it gets really relevant. So, black, basics, nothing really to say here. So again, basics. Again, basics. Again, basics. Again, now, we have this idea that dark blue and hair and eyes common in Kareem. So we have this idea that blue is for, blue for at least eye color and maybe hair even, is this idea that, okay, if you're in Kareem, you're, again, very depressing, very dour, very, sort of not sunny. So the idea is that, okay, let's get, what's a color that sort of evokes that sort of like blue emotion? Well, when you're feeling blue, well, let's go with blue. So sort of that gets across here. Now, gray hair / eyes, common in Northern Katarina. This is interesting because, again, like I said, I didn't originally know about this lore when I first started. So stuff like the point that Katarina is specifically Northern, I actually came to that conclusion without ever having known about this. So this was a very last-minute addition to Abyssal Archive when we were doing the final screening. So that's a fun fact for how that went. Very cool detail. It's really nice when you can look at both later games like Dark Souls 2 and 3, and even stuff in this own game that you didn't know about, but you're like, oh, hey, I came to the right conclusion. Again, golden hair and eyes and stuff. We see not necessarily the eyes, but we do see the idea that Astorans commonly have blonde hair, or gold hair, I guess, as they want to put it here, and blue eyes, which is, again, it gets made explicit in Dark Souls 3, but we see this common in Astorans in this game as we'll go forward. Though, unfortunately, we can't see under their helmets a lot of time very easily, so it becomes hard to recognize. Silver hair and eyes, again, it's considered antiquated, but it evokes this earlier time. So, very interesting detail to keep in mind for later. Dark purple hair and eyes, rare color of a near extinct race. So there's the idea that there's this race or tribe who, are nearly extinct, but they have this idea of dark purple, and of course dark purple gives us a very dark direction of our minds on what that could possibly represent. And again, we'll talk about that more later going forward. And then red, just burning color, very rare. You can imagine this may be related to fire and stuff, like maybe redheads, fiery redheads, sort of have a closer connection to fire than others. Elden Ring kind of goes with that too, to be honest, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, what do we want to go with? Let's go with the red. Actually, no, we got the Kareem look, so let's go with this. Yeah. And then that should be it. Hey, Scanty! Welcome on in. Good to see you. We're about to start, so you came at the perfect time. Let's see. Anything else we want to look at? Nope. Okay, let's begin the opening cinematic. Just before I hit this start button, though, are you guys hearing me well? Is it fine? Is the game too loud with the music and stuff? Because obviously when I start the cinematic, I'm going to be talking, and I don't know how high I need to be to talk over the cinematic. So if we gotta put things down now, tell me. Let me know. Come on, chat. This is what stream delay is, a pain. Alright, I'm seeing nothing from you guys, so I'm assuming that everything is good. If that's the case, I think the game is just a little bit loud, like 10% higher. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Let's fix that then. Okay. Okay, I put it down a little bit. So hopefully that's enough now. Alrighty, so I'm going to put this down on my volume side, and we're going to get right into it.
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed.
Game lying to you right off the bat. So the idea is that there is this old age where things were not unformed. There's clearly form, as they can talk about it. There's great crags, arch trees, and dragons. So it's not that the world is unformed, it's that it was without distinction. There were no differences. Everything was the same element. The dragons were rock, the trees were rock, the rock was rock, everything was rock. But then fire came, and that brought differences, disparity. And as we can see, listing it off, so now this gray world had color. It had the color of disparity that it brought with fire. So you get all this different disparity here. As we can see, we go underneath this arch tree here and find the first flame in this cavern below. So there's the idea that those who were born from the dark were captivated by the fire. They were attracted to it, and then they found these souls of kings or lords. And now we get the idea of who are these people who found these king souls, these lord souls.
The first of the day.
So we get Nito. Notice how his body sort of rose up from his aura of death, and then formulated into his body. Izalith in a circle with her daughters performing a ritual. Gwyn here, fully decked out with his knights in armor. As we can see, this is the scene where we see this this pygmy of the shadows who no one knows about, who is picking up his lord soul, it would seem.
The strength of lords, they challenge the dragons. Gwyn's mighty bullets peeled apart their stone skins. Witches weaved great firestorms. Nito unleashed a miasma of death and disease.
Now, death and disease isn't really accurate. It's more so just a miasma of death. Localization could have added the disease thing in there, because again, miasma sort of evokes that imagery, but is something separate, as we'll discuss when we get into Nito's area.
Thus began the age of fire. But soon the flames will fade, and only dark will remain. Even now, there are only embers.
So there's the idea that only... Yeah, there's this idea that there's this idea of a metaphorical night, which is engulfing the world now, because the power of fire is fading, and therefore that power, in order to present this curse of the dark sign from appearing, is no longer effective. And this idea isn't that it appears on the living, it appears on man. So, again, the idea is that it's not like any living being can have the dark sign. It's specific to humankind. Mankind are the cursed. Did dragons live in the trees? Not really, they're a little big for the trees. The dragons be chilling, and then boom, lightning in their faces. Yep.
Yes, indeed.
Alright,
The
here we go.
dark sign brands the undead.
Oh.
And in this land, the undead are corralled and led to the north.
So we have this idea that at least in this part of the world, this little region here that we're sitting in prison at, this is what they do with their undead. They're sort of gathering up and they're putting them in this one facility. And we're just sort of waiting the end. I swear From Stuff has amazing intro cutscenes. Dark Souls 3, Sekiro, Elden Ring story trailers probably have the best ones, not gonna lie. Dark Souls 2 intro is sick too. I agree. They do good. They do good with setting the tone. Now we, of course, are just wasting away in our cell like all the other undead, but we haven't gone hollow yet. Woo! Down comes a corpse. We see that there's a knight here. And we're like, well, guess I better check what this is all about. Look how I get up twice. Dungeon cell key. As you can see, the famous bucket of shit. Or is it, no, it's this pot. Oh, oh, there goes my pot of shit. Whoopsie. Sorry, Mr. Rat. So, as we can see, we had a strange knight. We learn in cut dialogue his name is Oscar, but he never gets the chance to introduce himself in this version of the game. But we'll just call him Oscar for the sake of simplicity. I have basically nothing except my equipment. This may be the only time in a Souls game where they're like, hey, let's take away your weapons before we lock you up. Why would we leave you with your stuff? Master key, dungeon cell key. A mysterious knight, without saying a word, shoved a corpse down to the cell, and on its person was this key. Who was this knight, and what was his purpose? There may be no answers. One must still forge ahead. Now let me pull up the translation I have for this, because it's a bit worth going over the exact wording for all of you. Oh, you can't hear me. Curses. Of course, I forgot to turn my thing on. Ah, of course, as soon as I pulled off my thing. Okay, guys, so for the short version is, we talked a bit about the, we'll have to cut this, go back. So, okay, moving back along. So the idea with the, let me pull it up again real quick. This time I won't, mute my mic. I did that just in case, like, weird shit happened, but clearly I'm the one doing weird shit. Okay, so the idea with the key and everything. I gotta remember to check my mic more. Here we go. Key. Yeah, there we go. So the idea here that the Japanese puts is that the knight who dropped the corpse which possessed this key left without saying anything, half like an illusion. So you almost can't even believe that what's happening is real. Like, it's like this surreal experience that you as the character are having at this lowest point in your life. Like, you know, you're just waiting for the end. And then the idea is that his intentions are unknown, but there's nowhere else to go. So it's less more of like, kind of like, oh, we must forge on ahead. It's sort of like, well, what else are you going to do? There's nothing else really for you. You could sit in this cell all day, but he gave you the key. You might as well use it. So it's, again, sort of this very cavalier way of kind of saying, like, why shouldn't I just sit here, wait, and rot away and let my existence die in obscurity? Well, you have this, and maybe you could just, like, kind of see what's going on. Like, might as well do it. Why not? And as we can see here, different people who are locked up. And then, of course, we see the Stray Demon here. Now, Stray Demon is, of course, here with Buddy Asylum Demon up top, but you can really, the two names are essentially interchangeable. It really both could apply to the other. So, nothing crazy there. Thanks so much, guys, for, we could have gone the whole stream, probably, if I didn't check you in chat. But again, as you can see, this guy's having a bad day. Stray Demon, looking closely, there's all the bones and stuff, so clearly lots of prisoners have been killed by this guy. These are our Grave Wardens. And they don't play nice. Alright, now we can continue on forward. Again, I also mentioned the idea of a hollow and the dark sign. The point being is that you go hollow, you are... The Japanese for hollow means, like, dead, but with different kanji than, like, dead of, like, Nido and stuff. With a connotation that... Hey, buddy. With a connotation, essentially, that you are, to put it simply, a lost soul from the path of nirvana, right? Like, you aren't reaching that place of true enlightenment. And obviously that very much applies to hollows. They are people who are far removed from sanity, from the mind, from anywhere near any type of enlightenment or divine realm. They are the unholiest of the unholy. Lost souls who have lost what makes them who they are, their personality, their character, their memories, all of that, lost with their souls. And this is the idea of you reclaiming your souls. When you die, you lose your souls. The idea is your curse eats it up, it revives you, and then we, thankfully, by game mechanics, can get back our souls, assuming we don't die again. But there is this idea that you are constantly struggling to try to maintain your humanity. Now, we do see these statues here. I do not mention them in Abyssal Archive, for the simple purpose that they are fairly generic, so not sure how relevant they could be, though it is worth noting that we do find this idea of this being a prison, quote-unquote, for beasts. This is called the Northern Undead Asylum, so we know it's up north. This will be relevant for later. We know it obviously has undead, and the Japanese for asylum is more like an institute. It's a fairly generic term. It can apply in a religious context, an academic context, a lot of different stuff. Obviously, though, the idea here is, of course, to apply to, like, a prison or mental institution. So the idea is that you are dealing with, of course, a bunch of undead who are going mad, and, like, okay, we're going to lock them up in this prison here. And this prison has statues telling us of a history that may tie it to beasts. Animals, creatures that are less than persons. This is, again, relevant because in the cinematic, there is the idea of those who were born from the dark, right? And the idea is that, okay, so those who sort of arise from the dark, okay, well, fire is deep underground there. So everywhere else, once fire comes into existence, is by nature dark. It's away from flame, therefore it's in the dark. All these different races arise in that darkness, and then they see fire for the first time, and they are so captivated by flame that it draws them closer to it. Now, the Japanese, for the cinematic, doesn't say that they found the souls of lords within the flame, it's they found them near the flame, right? Because if it's within the flame, well, you're getting there's no way around it, you're getting burned to get those. But we have this idea that these powerful concentrations of souls worthy of kings, and who help establish the first kings, are found near and around the first flame. The idea being is when first flame creates disparity, disparity being, as we will learn going forward, are souls. Because again, souls define differences and everything in this universe, including life and death. The point being, of course, then, is that those who are born from there found these huge concentrations of disparity that were left behind as sort of like residue when the first flame sort of burst and spread souls all around with all the differences that are now added to this world. So makes a lot of sense in that regard. What I'm trying to get at with these beings, though, is that they are referred to with a kanji suffix that sort of gives the idea that they are animals. They're not people. Isn't that they were men, so to speak. They are, again, they're beasts. They're less than human at this point. It's not until we start seeing kingship and hierarchy and kingdoms, this organized civilization, that suddenly they rise above being mere animals, being mere, like, creatures of beasts of burden and stuff, and becoming, you know, civilized men that can stand atop those lesser creatures. And this is, again, very relevant to what this prison may have been for. And again, when we come back here, we will talk about that. These dog statues always weirded me out, for good reason, Scanty. What are these demons doing in the asylum? Playing nurses or something? Or they're literally strays who happen to capture the place? It's not... What we will find later on is that they are in fact strays. They are, idea being that they are far and away from their home in Asylum, because they're chaos demons, clearly. Where's our buddy there? There he is. There he is. There's our boy. Anyway, so they're very clearly far and away from Isla. So that's the idea of them being strays. But the point is what are they doing here, acting as essentially, prison wardens? We'll talk about that as we go forward, but the basic idea is that they seem to be essentially prisoners of war who are being repurposed here by an Orlando. And again, we'll talk about this more going forward. Can't really do anything at this point. It's like Beasts, hey, I'll BRB, gotta finish some school. No problem, Adolphus. It's like Beasts of Farm Azula. yes, there's this idea of, again, a very common. So Miyazaki very much adheres to a very common, like, old school trope with anthropology of it's sort of like, if you are a tribal person, if you are considered more of an animal. And I've talked about this in other lore plays and things like that. There's the idea that you have to be in stone cities with all this advanced cutting with tools and things of that nature. That's what defines you as a person. You are a civilized, intelligent being. Before that, anything else that you were doing, you were just an animal, right? It doesn't really kind of matter. If you were like, if you were someone who had like this impressive tribal culture, it's like, oh, that isn't really culture. That isn't really civilization, right? And modern anthropologists obviously gasp, but that is sort of the trope that Miyazaki sort of plays on, and we kind of see this in various degrees in his game, sort of like kind of twisted and played around with. Imagine you lose one guy in a chapel and send another to save him, but they both just get locked up. Ay, ay, ay. Kind of being like, hey, don't worry, buddy, I'll save you. It's like, nope, well, now you're in the slammer with me. Thanks, buddy. So as we can see, the Asylum Demon is up there. This will be relevant as we go forward. There we go. Oh, no! What do I do? Spooky. Well, thank you, convenient gate, though it's not really necessary, but... Alright, so, Bonfire. Get your shield. So we go this way. Target shield. Let's do what the tutorial wants us to do. I've got a shield. Bandit's knife. Yeah, you take your time. Now we have a proper weapon. Our knife. Now again, to give us more of an idea for our character, let's look at items and stuff. Again, the idea that we are criminals. Again, the term for criminal and sinner is the same in Japanese. It both again means like a sinful or criminal person. So, a lot of wordplay there, but again, same idea. So the idea is that we are a criminal, a sinner, and we sort of hide our face. We skulk in the shadows. Wear some black leather again. So unlike say hunters and stuff, we're sort of prepared to deal with very nasty things, and we have a color that helps us better blend into the dark alleyways and things where we skulk about, trying to find our next prey. And of course, finally our bandit knife. Again, very useful when you're trying to stab people from behind, doing very unsavory work. Is there anything in Dark Souls you haven't done, Loki? I haven't played all the classes for one. Like, this is my first time playing a thief. So, like, that's something. Fog walls here. Though, again, they consider it quote-unquote white light. But, again, it's very obviously fog from Demon Souls and stuff. And eventually Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3 acknowledge this. So, very funny. As we can see, there's our boy, Oscar. Looks like he's not doing too hot. So, let's go check on him. We can't get that item right now because we don't have Elden Ring jumping. Hey, Goofy the Grafted. Wow, I'm feeling quite vitality/vigorous today. I'm glad to hear it. We're gonna be a nasty little thief. Probably gonna have to put a lot into vitality and vigor as we go forward. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. Still can't dodge roll that. All these playthroughs. So this broke open a wall for us. As we can see, Oscar looks to have fallen through the ceiling. Hence why he's just laying here on rubble. All in bad shape. Obviously, we saw him on the roof. We see the hole in the roof. We see that there was an Asylum Demon on the roof. And I think we get the idea of what went wrong for him. He took a hammer straight through the floor. And, well, now he's suffering mortal injuries. That's probably quite a bit of internal bleeding he got there. Now, if you look at his cut dialogue, he actually has a lot of lines that are just basically going to be like... just labored breathing and things like that. which again is obviously very realistic considering his situation, but also makes his dialogue for this tutorial drag on, so they cut it. I do not blame them. Wasn't that in Demon Souls, Thief's armor had something mentioned about doing dirty things? Yeah, there's always the idea that thieves in Dark Souls especially are always highlighted for being, you know, the guys that do the dirty jobs, right? They're the ones who, you don't, if you want to say rob someone or something like that, you're going to get a thief. Or if you want to say kidnap a noble's daughter, you're going to get a thief. You're going to get all these people who are like, they're poor. They don't have, they have to get by, they have to do the dirty jobs for people. Whether it's for themselves, you know, on the streets, just like trying to make their way in their little alleyway. Or if it's, for like, say, a noble or some high-end merchant or something who needs some, like, muscle for something. Same idea. Anyway, we got Oscar here. As we can see, fancy armor from Astora.
Oh, you're no hollow. Thank goodness. I'm done for, I'm afraid. I'll die soon, then lose my sanity. I wish to ask something of you. You and I are both undead. Hear me out, will you? Regrettably, I have failed in my mission. But perhaps you can keep the torch lit. There is an old saying in my family. Thou who art undead art chosen, and thine exodus from the undead asylum maketh pilgrimage to the land of ancient lords. When thou ringest the bell of awakening, the fate of the undead thou shalt know. Well, now you know, and I can die with hope in my heart. Oh, one more thing. Here, take this. An Estus flask, an undead favorite. Oh, and this.
Hey.
Now I must bid farewell. I would hate to harm you after death. So go now, and thank you.
There we go. Oh my god, you guys are giving me a lot of questions. That's interesting. Sinner and did you say sinner and criminal are the same word in Japanese? Yes, there is this idea that the term for sin also means crime, right? So, for example, take, like, say, the famous book Crime and Punishment. That would be written in the same way as, like, saying sin there. So you could translate it sort of both ways, right? But you could say the same thing, like, say, here, if we're talking about a sinner, like someone who sins against God or something. So, yeah, there's a bit of wordplay here. This is also why sometimes when you're watching, like, say, anime with, like, crime angle to it, like a crime drama or something, sometimes you'll hear like dubs or subtitles or whatever use maybe the term sinner sometimes instead of criminal or stuff, because again, there is a bit of that double meaning that can be at play there. It's not just necessarily that you're someone who broke the law, there's the idea that you also broke, say, the moral law. The highwayman in prisoner armor mentions how filthy and smelly they are. Carla the witch is set too, and she's in prison. Right. We get this idea again that when you're on tough times, you're ugly, you're smelly, you're just not, you have all these stereotypical traits associated with bad people, right? It's not necessarily, of course, true, but there's this idea that generally speaking, there's a reason for the stereotype, essentially. Why does Oscar use this cringy ye old English for his dialogue of the prophecy? I always thought it was weird for Dark Souls. Dark Souls uses old English a lot, and it's most of the time bullshit. The localization has this obsession with making themselves sound like they're the next Shakespeare, when the Japanese script is literally just plain, normal, everyday vernacular, well, everyday, quote-unquote, like everyday, you know, media, fantasy, vernacular Japanese, right? So there's nothing fancy here. All he's saying is, hey, there's an old legend that's been passed down in my house, my family, right? And the idea is that, hey, if you're undead, you're gonna go to the asylum, and from the asylum, you gotta make a pilgrimage over to the land of the old kings, the lords that we saw in the cinematic. And there, you're gonna hear about a mission. Now, as, you gotta, by ringing the quote-unquote bell of awakening. Now, two things to note. The term bell, because of how Japanese is structured, you can mean bells. You don't have to put there are pluralization suffixes in Japanese, but they aren't necessary. Japanese is a language where oftentimes it will rely on context to inform the situation, and therefore you can sort of omit certain elements if they aren't needed for the immediate context of what you're speaking. You can do this with pronouns, you can do this with pluralization, etc. So the point is that what Oscar is essentially saying, there are bells, specifically bells of awakening, which you ring and you'll apparently learn a mission. That's the important thing. Your mission is something he was embarking on, and it seems like he was trying to free others to also help with that mission. Obviously, we got out, but he failed his. He's dying, and he's gonna hollow. Hollowing is something that clearly no one, it's being undead isn't this wonderful thing where it's like, oh hey, I have a few extra lives. It's like, oh no, if I die, I may come back, but it won't be me that comes back. It'll just be my zombified body that's lost all its memories and personality and everything that makes me me. So I will essentially be dead. My body though will live on, and that's the existential horror of hollowing. That's interesting. Equates law breaking / rule breaking with shame / moral wrongdoing more explicitly than English does. Yes, very true. English very much separates the idea of a crime from a sin. Japanese, it's easier to conflate the two. And like I said, when you watch enough anime and stuff, you'll notice that. It's always something to keep in mind, that sin, crime, same thing. And you'll often see them use where like, oh, someone committed a crime, but they'll call it maybe a sin in the subtitles or something like that. Does Japanese have an old English equivalent dialect? Yes, of course it does. Like every language has like their old antiquated dialects. It's not used here in Dark Souls except in limited circumstances, and even then it's... Well, yeah, okay, it does use it essentially in like one circumstance, and that's Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn's a character who very much uses old antiquated dialogue. We'll talk about that more when we get to Gwendolyn, but there is very much this idea that most of the time when you're hearing ye old English in these games, just know that it's completely a product of localization. It's them trying to pretty up the language. But basically, it's just Oscar quoting to us, giving us a basic summary of a legend that's fairly straightforward and fairly mundane. I really like how items are given in Dark Souls 1. It all has meaning by that. Exactly. Now that we've talked to Oscar, he's given us two treasures. One important treasure is, of course, Estus Flask. The idea that these are these dull green, quote-unquote, flasks filled with this thing called Estus, or as the Japanese has it, Est. Now, this is an obvious reference to the word Estelle, meaning star, and again, the sun being a star, and of course, you'll often see the word Estelle used in Japanese, or sometimes as a name for a person, of course, in reference to characters who have very sunny behavior and things like that, so it's a very obvious connotation here. But the idea is that this is the actual heat of the bonfire in liquid form that is captured in these vessels, and there's this idea that, of course, it's connected to Firekeepers. Again, Firekeepers is a carryover from Demon Souls. This was a word that meant fire defense woman, but Demon Souls localization called them Candle Maidens. This term is now called Firekeepers here, which is a bit closer to what the original Japanese meant, though again, it's a term explicitly exclusive to women, hence why we only see female Firekeepers, because they are the fire defense women. Their job is to preserve and protect the bonfire. Now, this term, the Dark Tales, in full capitals, this is not what the Japanese says. It basically just says, there's a dark legend. And the idea being is that there's, it's that dark, of course, having this connotation of, it's not pretty. It doesn't look good. It's kind of grim. And the idea, of course, here is that these flasks are derived from a firekeeper's soul. And so the idea is that, hey, her life is spent protecting the flame, preserving it. She defends the bonfire. And then, of course, even in death, she continues to do so. And this is, of course, very much true, as we'll see going forward. And this should also make a point to us when you're right off the bat. When item descriptions tell you something, even if they're framing it as a, rumor says, or there's a legend, or da-da-da, you should always assume, by default, that the legend is true, and try to work from there. This is generally a process I see that a lot of fans struggle with. They sort of have this idea where, this only is what characters say, or it's a hearsay, or what have you. There's a reason why the writer put that in there. They are to tell you something, and it's usually not to trick you. And I have done my entire work on Abyssal Archive for Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Demon Souls, Bloodborne, with the assumption, essentially, that, hey, when the script tells me, particularly the Japanese script, tells me that something is true, I assume it is true, and the only question is how it is true. And if it's not true, it's usually something that is because later in the game it will tell me it's not true. So it's all within the confines of the game itself. it is all kind of telling me, okay, yeah, this is bullshit or something, right? Or it's sort of worded in a way that makes it clear from context that maybe that it's just speaking in a broad sense of, oh, you know, there's a story about this, but isn't necessarily that the story itself is true, right? Most of this time, though, when the item descriptions or a character in dialogue is telling you something, it factors in some important way to what the reality of the setting is. And this is something that, again, I think most people sort of feel like they have to distrust the text, usually because the localization isn't honest with them. It's confusing, it's muddled, it's inconsistent, and, well, there goes Oscar, he's dead. Finally succumbed. Sorry, man. Sucks to be you. And all of that sort of comes together to make people were like, well, clearly this contradicts this, so we can't trust the text as contradictory. It's like, no, it's not really contradictory. You have to kind of look through and just see the script as a whole in its original Japanese context. Now we open this. OMG, in DS we drink Estelle, so to become Estelle's in ER. It's Estelle, not Astel. No, I-Man, no. Fire defense maiden. Get a freaking fire truck, woman. I mean, if you can't trust in item descriptions, what else can you trust in these games? Exactly, and this is the point. And this is something I make a point of. Many of the item descriptions use a phrase, toyu, meaning, it's said, essentially, or they say, or something to that effect. And you'll find that used in, like, half the item descriptions in a given Dark Souls game. So it's like, are you really going to distrust half of the item descriptions because there's an "it said" appended to the end of it? Like, I'm talking about, like, really basic information. Sometimes, like, just basic, like, obvious facts have the "it said" label attached to it. It's a literary device. It's what writers use all the time in Japanese when they're trying to just kind of, like, add a little bit of flourish to what they're saying. Like, especially when it's, like, information where it's like, who is saying this? How does anyone know about this stuff? Like, it's very obvious that we're dealing with... Oh no, we have to use our brains here. I can't just mindlessly flail away. Dark Souls, you're teaching me things. Anyway, the point is that we are, we're gonna have... if you're gonna doubt the text, you're gonna doubt, like, basically everything. Because, like, there's always gonna be reason to doubt something in the script. What you want to do when you're analyzing this stuff is go from a point of truth. And Abyssal Archive illustrates that. Because I make that clear in my methodology, and I execute that. And, again, Dark Souls becomes so much more straightforward, simple, and kind of mundane when you work from that premise. Oh! This is what I get for looking at you! So as we can see, this prison is not in the best shape. It gives us the idea that it is very old and in ruins and rubbles. Oh, well, that hurts. There we go. As we can see, parts of it have fallen away. Other parts of it are simply been reduced to rubble. Not really anything we can do for these wings. Now let's look at the item we have got here for our key. So the Undead Asylum is a giant undead prison, segmented by countless iron bars. So the idea is that there's all these iron bar doors and things like that we're opening. Even if an undead were to escape from a cell, passage to the outside world will not be gained easily. So the Japanese makes this more clear. It's posing it as a question, right? Let me pull up the exact line, in fact. But there's the idea that essentially the Japanese words it as, you know, for the sake of argument, let's just say you did somehow escape this, right? Well, what are you going to do then? And we're going to bring it right here. So, like, for the sake of argument, even if a prisoner somehow got out of the prison, they probably couldn't return to the world of man. Game? Game? I can't... I got a white screen. Oh, no. Uh-oh. You guys can probably see it, but I can't. That's not good. Let's, Oh, no. So, yeah, switching between stuff. I might have to start having this all set up on my phone, so that way I can more easily consult my translations for comparison for you guys, because, oh boy, this is a Ben Shapiro voice. Let's say hypothetically, for the sake of argument, you escape the Undead Asylum. Solaire sounds cute as fuck for real. Hey, Karen. Well, let's close this. Let me restart the game. You guys probably get like a black screen or something. Let's do this again. Hopefully we don't have too many of those moments. Because that's awkward. It was completely abandoned. I wonder how long we were living here. Us probably not that very long. So, to get the idea of timescales, most of the time in Dark Souls games, events that we are involved in are very recent. It's not like we're undead who are hundreds of years old. We're generally someone who lives in the time of which we're currently exploring. And we've been as removed as maybe like a few years. Now, the Undead Asylum is far older than the Undead Mission, and we'll learn more about that as we go forward. But suffice to say, there we go. Oh, wrong character. Whoops. Whoopsie. Skip it to the end of the game. Guys, we're already at Gwyn. Yeah. Yeah, buy my book. Solo level 1 Ornstein and Smoke for lore purposes, to be honest. No, I will not soul level 1 Ornstein and Smo. No. No. That's not happening. Oh. Yeah. Can't use this because we don't have the key. No. But okay. Let's now get ourselves out of here. We're about, L, to be honest. Sorry, Karen. I'm not soul leveling 1 in this game. Just not my thing. Let's show off the new mechanic! Yeah! Plunging attacks! You can't do that in Demon Souls. Ain't it cool, everybody? Come on. Dang. Oh, that was not the dodge roll I needed to do. Oh. Come on, I was one shot. Whoop. Just to be safe. There we go. And Asylum Demon did. There's the big Pilgrim's Key. No, Loki's streaming lore DS. Yeah. Okay, I'll shut the fuck up and listen. This dude seems cool. Hey, guys. Welcome to have new people coming in to sit in and watch. Alrighty. Let's see. What are we gonna do here? We open the key with this big Pilgrim's Key. Now, again, talking about hopefully we don't go to white screen again. I'm hoping that's just a one-time glitch. So again, we have this idea that, the idea of a chosen undead pilgrim. Now, the funny thing is the term chosen undead has become so ubiquitous, but it's actually not used that much. The Japanese uses terms like Eiyu or Yusha, meaning hero. For most references when characters like, say, Koth or Fram call you the chosen undead or something like that. There's the idea that you are, I think Koth actually, they translate as like undead warrior or something like that. So it's the idea that you are a brave person, you are a hero. And this is sort of the point that Miyazaki often uses. He goes to these archetypical stories of, you are a hero on a journey, right? In Demon Souls, you were the hero out to slay the Demon King, right? But then everything about the game sort of made you not think about that stereotypical setup because it's so unique in many other aspects. Same thing with Dark Souls. The idea is that you are now being filtered through this idea of you are the chosen hero and you are being part of this great prophecy that you have to go out to the land of lords and do these things, and you're not supposed to think about it. Don't think about it. Just be at all of this strange and surreal universe you're being wrapped into. And that's sort of the narrative tone that we're going into. As we can see, various people who've died in the past in the burial here. We can see some Asian-styled graves along with some Western-styled graves, so get the idea that there's people from all over who've been locked up here and ultimately buried. In the end, though, as we go forward, end of the graveyard, we find ourselves coming to Lordran.
Only
Don't kill the demon, it deserves to live.
It is stated.
By the way, there's a soul item hidden way outside the door. It's the opposite to the crow. Yeah, when I come back, I'll pick it up, Scanty. Thanks for telling me, though. So Giant Crow takes us and whisks us away.
To leave the Undead Asylum in pilgrimage to the land of the ancient lords. Lordran.
Lordran. Now, the term ancient in Japanese can also just mean kind of old. This is a great analogy I like to use, is you have to think about how the term for old, talking about the ancient lords, is the same term for when you're going to Gwendolyn and changing the covenant you joined 5 minutes ago. Hey, do you want to abandon your old covenant? So again, it's a very broad term. It doesn't necessarily mean ancient. In fact, as we will see going forward, when it talks about, oh, according to the ancient legends or whatever, it's more so, it's like, hey, there's an old legend, according to it, that you go to the asylum. We heard this legend from Oscar. As we can see, there are plenty of undead, even those unrelated to the asylum, it would seem, who have come to the Undead Burg. So it's clear that, yeah, there's probably a bunch of old legends out there, with variations depending on the region, that all basically involve you being filtered through as an undead to this asylum. As we can see, there was a soldier related to the Undead Burg stationed at this facility. So it does give us the idea that that was a facility managed by this town here. And we're going to talk about that town in a sec. But the general point I'm trying to make here is that the quote-unquote ancient legend that brought us here may not be so ancient. It may be, you know, only like a century old at most. Sure, it's old, but it's not that old. And that's very relevant when we're talking about timeline going forward. We are now dropped at Firelink Shrine, first thing. As we can see, we have our bonfire here. We have lots of overgrowth. It's clearly another place that's in ruins. There's the giant crow. And we'll talk about this guy here.
Well, what do we have here? You must be...
Valka jump scare.
rival.
Yep.
Let me guess. Fate of the undead, right? Well, you're not the first. But there's no salvation here. You'd have done better to rot in the Undead Asylum. But too late now. Well, since you're here, let me help you out.
Thanks, man.
There are actually 2 bells of awakening.
So this is where he clarifies that the
One's
legend that
above
talks about the bells awakening is talking about
church.
twos,
The
these
other
plurals here.
is far, far below, in the ruins at the base of Blight Town. Ring them both, and something happens. Brilliant, right? Not much to go on, but I have a feeling that won't stop you. So, off you go. It is why you came, isn't it? To this accursed land of the undead?
So again, we have this idea that we have a fate, the fate of the undead. Now again, as Oscar calls it, it's a mission. That's what the Japanese more literally means. And the idea is that we all try to have a purpose, a mission that drives us forward. And that's sort of the idea that Undead Asylum sort of implicitly goes through to us. Why are you doing this? Why are you going forward? You can't go back to the world of man where you once were. So what are you trying to get out of the asylum for? And the idea is that we have a purpose now. We have been given a mission for us undead specifically. That, you know what? We're undead, we're cursed, we're all this awful things, but there's something special for us specifically that we have to come and see. That gives us a reason to keep going. Why are there gravestones when technically everyone is undead and thus immortal? Because the immortality is limited. It isn't like, okay, if undead kept, if humans kept procreating, eventually there'll be so much undead they'll fill up the world, right? Eventually an undead goes down when they run out of, well, because eventually there's only so much souls that they can do to keep them alive. The curse can only do so much. What happens, though, is that you will hollow first before that can happen. And it can be very difficult to make sure an undead is killed unless you're using special magic or, you know, you're really vigilant in making sure that you keep killing him until he stays dead. So that's why we see burials for stuff. Because eventually, a hollow wastes away. Eventually, there is no soul left. We will see with different souls how they go from descending order from the Lord Souls, which look like fires, all the way down to like boss souls, which, you know, they have some of that yellow aura and stuff like that, but they're definitely not to the same degree. Then you go all the way down to our souls, which are just like the white core of a flame, and they get smaller and smaller until you get to like really close fading souls. So there's the idea that souls do burn, so to speak, their power, and eventually they burn out. So yeah, the idea with hollows, where all the souls have been devoured by the dark sign and things, And once you get rid of the power of humanity behind the dark sign, then, well, there's nothing left. So that's sort of the point there. I love that the tree isn't in the cutscene when you arrive at Firelink. Oops. Yeah. Just gotta load that in. Going to Nito's crib at the start for my first run scarred me for life. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand what possesses people to go all the way down to Nito's place. First thing, it's like, oh boy, guys, you're really taking that prepare to die thing seriously. That guy's the best. He has a working nose. Yes, ring bells and something will happen. He'll go mad. Delusional but hilarious. Getting lost in the Tomb of the Giants and deciding to remake a character instead of find the way out. Boo! Go back to Anor Londo. I made it out. Good job, Karen. I'm glad you made it out. As you can see, the idea of water is below here because of the well. There was the idea this would be a water temple at one point, though they drained out the water as things developed and changed with the lore. As we can see, this is some of the only water left, and obviously the idea is like, you know, it rains here and water kind of like fills in for whatever. And they could have done that in other places as well, but obviously having water in your bonfire place is not gonna work. So they changed that. As I talked about before, we have our crow. We have our magical chest in case there's some items we need to get that get lost like over a ledge or some crap, so we can collect our lost and found stuff. Hey, buddy, what are you doing here, doggy? Good boy. My dog is like, I want pets. Okay, buddy, lay down. We're doing a lore play. Come on, I got working feet, so come on, down. Thank you, buddy. I love you, dog. Alrighty, so bond water greater than bonfire, to be honest. Does humanity fade away? No, the dark is special in that it is, again, it's the idea behind the idea of undead themselves being quote-unquote immortals, right? They can live, at least if nothing happens to them, they can live quote-unquote forever, right? They are not like mortal beings of other types of soul varieties. The dark has this eternal aspect to it, which makes sense, right? Because when fire is this sort of fleeting, transient thing, but dark then, as, dark is eternal. Dark will last forever. When the fire's gone, there will be only dark forever going forward. So there's a clear contrast being made here. Let's talk before we go challenge the gauntlet for my binoculars. All right, it's not the L3 button. No! I gotta do this. Oh no.
Ah, your face. You're practically hollow.
I'm so glad you noticed.
No. Going hollow could solve quite a bit.
Ha ha ha.
What?
Yes.
Restoring your humanity.
Yes, that's what I want.
Well, there are a few ways to go about it.
Okay, buddy.
Collected bit by bit from corpses. Or you can butter up a cleric and get yourself summoned.
Yeah.
And the quickest way, although I never do it,
Of course you
is
wouldn't,
to
buddy.
kill a healthy
You're too much of a
body
coward.
and pillage its humanity. Coveting thy neighbor is only human, after all.
Yeah, so there's this idea, of course, that this spirit, this dark soul we have, a fragment of, is our humanity. And humanity essentially allows us to, it's what defines us as human beings, but it also means that we are defined what the dark is, and the dark proves to be greedy, as we'll see going forward. And the point there is that, humanity is your human nature. At the core, that is who or what you are. You are that dark soul. So again, Dark Souls as a game is about is essentially saying humans. What the human condition. Oh no, she cannot speak. What will we do? I don't have a Firekeeper soul, though, to reinforce my Estus Flask. Again, reaffirming the idea that it is the souls of Firekeepers with which Estus Flasks are fashioned. And we sort of make our flask larger, stronger, better, whatever you have you, by using the flask. As we can see here, this is the lift to New Londo, but the architecture for New Londo continues all the way to the rest of Firelink Shrine. So the idea being is that Firelink Shrine, an undead ruin, is just an extension of New Londo down below. So this is all essentially still... We're technically, as soon as we get dropped off, we are in New Londo. Technically. Anything else you gotta say to me?
What are you looking at?
Yeah, I get it. Doesn't want to talk to me. Loki, don't forget to level up before going to the graveyard. What do you mean by buttering a cleric? It's just an idiom, man, meaning like, try to, like, get close, kind of cozy up to him, like, sort of get in his good graces, so he'll want you to join the Way of White, so he'll let you join the Way of White, and be, become one of his people he'll want to summon in order for you to kind of like exchange humanity. Because clerics, especially young clerics, have lots of humanity on them. They collect them because, as we learn, the Way of White does undead hunts. And these undead hunts essentially allow them to collect all that humanity. Again, it makes sense, right? You want to get the humanity because that's what's animating the dark sign that's causing the undead as hollows. So you kill the hollows, you put them down, you take the humanity to be doubly sure, and like everything's golden. But yeah, let's level up. Maybe a stupid question, but is humanity a piece of Abyss in some way? Yes, it's a piece of the Dark Soul, which essentially makes sort of ties it into the Abyss in that respect. The Abyss is just a manifestation of the dark. Generally, we talk about the Abyss in terms of Dark Souls, because that's generally where an Abyss will come from. Though we do see even ordinary dark, given enough time, can exhibit similar effects to what we see with an Abyss. That's why we see, for example, mostly in Dark Souls 2, characters who stay in the dark, their souls almost get corrupted by that darkness as it eats away at them, much like Dark Souls that we see do. So, there is that going for it. We don't want to kindle. We'll level up first. Intelligence is decent, but we want to focus on our strength, probably, yeah. We'll put 1 into vitality. Yeah, we'll focus on strength a little bit. Get that up. Now we'll go through the Death Gauntlet. Are we undead? Not really. Bad at either absorbing souls or using souls to power up? I mean, we many times got a few times the souls, a heart bust. Sorry, Rico, you're gonna have to rephrase the question. I'm kind of having a struggle following what you're saying, so... Again, my apologies. It's probably because I'm dumb, but I'm just having trouble comprehending that sentence. Yeah, I don't understand it. Common clerics will always love faith builds in all from games, lol. Yeah, I've never really done a cleric build, but I was going to choose between cleric and thief. I didn't want to do a magic build, because I'm already doing confessor in Elden Ring, along with my sorcerer build in Elden Ring, so it's like, okay, I want to try something completely different. Let's do, like, a pure melee build with, thief and stuff. And probably we'll maybe end up going to magic, because we have, like, intelligence and, faith and stuff like that, but for now, I'm pretty happy with what we got. Wolnir in Dark Souls 3 is an example of darkness fueling Abyss, too. Well, Wolnir is still using humanity and stuff, though, for his Black Flame stuff. So that's still dealing with humanity. But yeah, there is an element of, like, he creates an abyss of darkness, and that's sort of also sort of at play, but it's a bit different.
Hello there. I believe we are not acquainted.
Hello?
I am Petrus of Firelink. Have you business with us? If not, I'd prefer to keep a distance, if possible.
Oh, okay. I get it. I get it. You're an uppity cleric. I'm a lowly thief. I'm sorry. But I'm really penitent. I mean it. I want to change my ways.
Hello there. I realize that I have requested that we retain our distance. But I also want you to know that it is not meant in ill will. Here, take this as a token of peace. No, go ahead. It's for you.
Copper coin. So a copper or bronze coin, however you want to put it. This is a pretty big double snuff, because as we read here, this depicts Old Man McLoif, the god of medicine and drink. Now this is interesting because it tells us that they know the face of this god, which tells us that the god is out there in the world of man, able to show it off. Now, this also sort of sets up the idea of what gods are. When you hear a name like Old Man McLoif, it's like, oh yeah, it's the old man you meet at the drinking bar, right? Like, so there's this idea that, he loves alcohol, He knows some stuff about medicine, so he's the kind of guy who will fix you up after you take a nice beating in the brawl, but then he'll drink with you after hours and stuff like that. So you get the idea that the gods and their spheres are more so related to what they personally are interested in and what they personally can do, versus necessarily like these, you know, cosmic divine roles that were assigned to them by the universe or something. So there's this point being made that the world of man doesn't have, the world of man has coins. Bronze or copper, silver, and gold. Lordran doesn't use coins. They use souls. That is the currency, both for undead and even for the gods. So the idea is that, okay, if you are someone who wants to go back to the outside world, to the world of man, you'll have these coins, but they're useless here. So the fact that Petrus just gives us a pathetically, like, basic coin of, like, it's worth, like, nothing, it's like a penny, and it's a coin that we can't even use, it's worthless here, kind of just tells you how much he's trying to snub us, even as he's, like, he really doesn't care for us. He's just like, oh, I'm sorry, I was kind of being very unholy man-like, so let me give you, this as my mean. I'm serious, I'm sincere, I really mean to apologize. He doesn't. As we can see here, he has the Knight Shield. Now, the description for this shield, as we'll see going forward, connects this to, nobles, an old noble line. So you have the idea that he comes from old nobility. He's someone with a huge pedigree behind him. And we see he has a unique armor set of the Cleric Knights. But this one's more black, and cut armor sort of makes this clear that it's the armor for an Overseer, though he makes this clear in his own dialogue at certain points.
Oh my, you again. Oh, I know. How about this? I have to await my companions here anyway. So what if I were to teach you some miracles?
Yes, sir.
Would that please you?
Sure.
Very well. Then first, a covenant with the gods.
So we establish this pledge. We join the Way of White. We've now made a relationship on behalf of the gods.
Now let me share my miracles. Only their ultimate effectiveness will be determined by your efforts and your faith.
Now we join this covenant automatically by being a knight or a cleric ourselves, obviously, because again, the idea that knights are very closely related to the religion for God and country. Same thing here. Now we learn a gesture, my shrug. Yeah, he's like, I don't care for you, you just exist. So we have miracles if we want them.
My companions are Milady and her young knights. She is young, but burdened by an undead mission. We are her defenses, to keep her from harm.
So again, he's supposed to be overseeing them. The idea being is that they're supposed to help protect her while she does this undead mission of hers. Now, let me check you guys in chat. Alright, so when we kill a boss, we absorb their souls, usually a few thousands. However, we fought those bosses after we absorbed many more souls, a few hundred K. However, we fought those bosses after we absorbed many more souls, a few 100K sometimes. So that brings me to my conclusion that we are either bad at absorbing souls, bosses carry more souls in a few thousands, or bad at powering up through souls. Okay, so it's not... The thing with souls is that there's the idea of the boss soul, but there's also the idea that there's souls that are circulating throughout the body. I go into more detail in this in Abyssal Archive, but the soul originates in the heart. In fact, yeah, gotcha. Yeah, teaching of your faith, blah, blah, blah. So, let's take off my clothes. As we can see here, the sign of the curse progressing is these roots that grow out of the heart area. And we can even see more of these roots growing throughout under the skin and stuff where it breaks and stuff. So the idea is that they're growing throughout the body from here, from your heart. And this matches up with the idea of you hollowing, and we'll see phrases like you lose heart in the abstract sense, not like a literal heart, like a physical heart. But the idea that you lose heart, you lose willpower, you become crestfallen or heartbroken. The idea that your soul is situated a large concentration in the heart, and obviously your heart's where your blood and your blood pumping. We'll talk more about the idea of blood being a medium for the soul as we go further on, but there's this point being made that the soul is concentrated here, and therefore that's where the mass of it is, but then it's being circulated throughout the entire body, which is what makes the body alive. So again, you have to think about that. Soul, the power of disparity, is the source of life. So you have to think about how everything in this universe somehow has to tie back to souls and disparity. Everything goes back to that, that one singular concept. So in our case, everything that makes us human, the way we eat, the way we live, we grow, all of that relates to the power of the soul and disparity. It all has to tie back there. So when we get these extra, like, souls that we get from bosses and stuff like that, the idea is, of course, okay, these bosses have souls, but these are, like, the loose souls, right? Like, these are the souls that are going around and stuff like that. And they come along with, say, maybe the boss soul. Now, obviously, Dark Souls is a lot more reserved with what has a boss soul for you to collect and stuff like that, so that also plays a part in it. But, yeah, it's not really like we're bad at absorbing or what have you. Obviously, we get rings and stuff like that that lets us absorb even more souls, because the idea is that, again, life is attracted to life. So those souls, when we kill a boss, are coming to us because we're the nearby life after the old life that they were lynched to, they've let go, right? And then they go whoop, and they all come to us. But we can get even more by looting it from corpses, or from having certain rings that help us add even more souls that we're able to absorb out, right? Like, we're really, like, kind of wringing them dry. So that's the type of idea we're going with there. 1 second while I... Woo! There we go. There we go. Whoopsie. Things that make you human have the potential to destroy you. How interesting. Yeah, it's a very interesting dynamic. Miracles only in this game is legitimately so fun. Praise God, Umbasa. The first of Petrus's tricks. Yeah, first of many things that Petrus does. Unfortunately, as we will see going forward, Petrus, Rhea, their entire questline got absolutely butchered in localization. So that's going to be a very disappointing part to have to go through when we get to there, but that's probably not going to be today. What's your thoughts on my take? I just gave it to you, Rico. So that's where I stand when it comes to how souls and things work. The loose souls are what the bosses ate that morning. Yeah, they're like, oh, this is the food, hasn't fully digested yet. You know, I crunched it up. Yeah. So, yeah. The idea with us and our souls is that when you eat, for example, when you're eating something, why are you eating other living things? Plants, animals, things like that. Because they have souls. Those souls go on you, and you digest them through your digestive tract, and those become part of your body and start circulating with all the other souls you get. This is why we see heroes have bigger souls than, say, basic nobody undead, because those nobody undead, they haven't killed anybody. They've, like, eaten, and that's about it. So they have, like, a normal small soul for someone who just, like, eats small prey and, like, gets by in life. All what meager thing a peasant can do. Meanwhile, a hero's gone out and he's killed a lot of people. He's made a name for himself. He's legendary across the land for all the people he's essentially killed in battles and wars, and he's had stories and tales and entire troubadours who are weaving songs singing of their praises. So that's the idea of, like, a hero has such a big soul because he's absorbed so many souls from all the killing he's done. And that's what we do. We absorb all those souls from the killing that we do, and we become the greatest of all heroes, right, at the end of our journey. We surpass all those other heroes with their sizable souls. But the idea, of course, is that point of, yeah, you break it down and you naturally assimilate that stuff. We don't do that. We use the power of the bonfire and the Firekeeper, by extension, in order to advance, level ourselves up by manipulating specific stats of our choosing. Now, Dark Souls doesn't really connect this directly to the bonfire the same way as Demon Souls, though obviously Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3 retroactively sort of codify that, yes, all of this is done because of the bonfire, and us resting at the bonfire and leveling up at the bonfire is more so a game mechanic to accommodate the fact that we have to, you know, travel here without teleportation. We don't have an easy way of getting back to the hub, and it would kind of suck to have to backtrack every time we want to level up with all the souls on us. Hello! Hi! Welcome in! Arfi, RF, Haki, Dolga, I don't know how to pronounce that, so forgive me. I'm gonna call you, Ari. I typed an elaborate explanation I thought up about souls, and YouTube says, "A message too long, bozo." Shake my head. Well, like I said, if you want extremely long talks about souls, buy my book, Abyssal Archive. Check the description. Be interested. 2 volumes, full Dark Souls breakdown, all the lore, everything. Talk about the Japanese script, all the different changes in localization that really affect your understanding, and how that ties into what we can see in the environment, and of course everything else we experience in the game. Large Soul of Lost Undead? Yeah, that's not happening. That ain't happening, Chief. Nope. 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 I also forgot to put my armor back on. Ouch. That's, this isn't gonna go well. There's, the shield. Okay. Oh. Oh no, that's the way to the catacombs. Whoopsie. Ignore me! Oh no. Oh. Binoculars! Oh. Hello, giant. Sorry to disturb your rest. Oh. Well, this is awkward. Oh. This is awkward. Oh, boy. Get me out of here! Alright, let's see if we can make this work. No, I'm gonna have to get the shortcut first. Darn. Oh well, that's fine. I didn't die! Woo! Okay, now we have all miniature Aldrich Soul Devour. We are all Aldrich Devourer of Souls. I'll ask this before we meet Havel, because I might not be there. Is the guy trapped in the tower just a soldier of Havel, and Havel himself isn't even human-sized? Is he more like a deity? Yes. The Japanese, I think English guys just refer to that NPC as Havel, but the Japanese uses the term warrior of Havel, which is what's consistently used for all the instances of the warriors of Havel across the series, as well as in item descriptions. So yeah, it's not the actual Havel. He doesn't even use Havel's own miracles. It's just a warrior who likes to cosplay as Havel, and he turns hollow. Havel is likely one of the gods, or as I refer to them in Abyssal Archive, the medials. I use this term medial because they're generally between gods and humans in size, so again, the term medial, actually real word, by the way, look it up. I was surprised too when I discovered it, but the point is that the medials as a race, I separate them from the gods because it starts getting a bit, it gets a bit confusing when we're discussing sort of like, okay, what about the Silver Knights and Ornstein and Smo and all that, or how do they relate to giants or whatever? So it's harder when you're using the term gods because godhood is treated as a status. It's something that can be taken away. You can marry into it, as we'll see going forward. Like, it's, and obviously anything can be worshipped as a god theoretically, as long as like someone just says, hey, that's a god. Again, so it's a term that has a lot of sort of baggage attached to it and can be very inaccurate when discussing them. So again, in Abyssal Archive, we'll talk about them as the medials. I will be using that term going forward, and I will refer to people to this first stream anytime they want to ask about why I'm using that term. So the idea is that Havel's very likely a medial, most likely a Silver Knight, and the one we meet, the Havel, quote-unquote, we meet, who's a hollow at the bottom of Undead Burg's tower, is just a random warrior adherent of Havel, essentially. Zweihander run? Maybe, you never know. Car, I need to split that message in more than one. It's okay, man. I think he understands that. Which person, feel free to extend the word, do you think is the most moral one in Dark Souls 1? Ooh, that's hard. Like, that would require a huge breakdown, because you have to consider, like, each character's circumstances, what they know, what their goals are, what their aims are, the idea of a higher morality to apply in Dark Souls, or if we want to apply our morality to that universe and stuff like that. Like, it's very easy to say, like, well, like, Gwyn's, like, the bad guy, he's the villain, right? Like, from, like, every objective standard when you deeply analyze him. But, like, the most moral character, that's hard. Like, I wouldn't say, like, one of my first, like, thoughts is, like, Koth. I'd say, no, like, Koth, even when he means well, he does a lot of stupid stuff, and he also does things that, that you can argue are not necessarily the most, morally wise things to do either. So, like, that's a tough question. That's a really good one. I have to think it through. I'll just make a compact lol. I believe the numerous soul bosses given to the souls of those they killed, in their own souls being special boss souls stronger than basic souls, just as they themselves are strong beings. I think that's a good idea to think about. Again, those you eat, those you've killed, the souls that are going around in your body as you're assimilating them and circling them throughout. Those are the types of things that you gather. Now, we gather a bunch of souls off bodies that are sort of like left over, the stuff that didn't get, when someone got killed, this is like sort of the mass of soul that didn't get absorbed. Because again, the idea is likely we have to loot the boss souls ourselves from the bodies, and the loose souls are just the stuff that naturally comes to us. gotta be Domhall or Goff. He's like a little baby. Domhall's an interesting one to think of. Yeah, he's kind of just like an innocent merchant. No reason to hate him, huh? How much do we get to the level up? You know, it's fine. We'll go forward. Let's talk to this guy one last time. See if he's got anything to say, and then...
Oh, have you seen that terribly morose lass?
Yes.
The Firekeeper.
Uh-huh.
She's stuck keeping that bonfire lit. Sad, really. She's mute and bound to this forsaken place. They probably cut her tongue out back in her village, so that she'd never say any god's name in vain. How do these martyrs keep chugging along? I'd peter out in an instant.
So we have this idea that Anastasia sort of willingly had her tongue cut out so she wouldn't say a god's name in vain. The term used is village, though in English, but the Japanese is more accurately like a home or homeland. So it's the same term when we're referring to going to the various homelands of the Lords of Cinder in Dark Souls 3, for example. But the point I'm trying to make, not to make too many references to Dark Souls 3, is that it's likely referring to her country of Astora. As we will later learn going forward, she seems to be a holy woman with very typical Astoran traits and other things connecting her to that country. But the idea is that she seems to have her tongue cut out for the purposes of showing that she is completely devoted. She's locked herself up in there. She's got she's made sure that she can never speak ill of the gods with her profane undead tongue, as she suffers in solitude there to keep the bonfire lit for us undead heroes. Are Firekeepers moral? Again, these are very interesting questions to kind of go through it, but I'm not going to do that on stream because that's not the focus of the stream, and it's a very big and complicated question, I feel. I like that Dama will only give you good advice if you buy something from him. Similar to that similar to that Anayama guy in Sekiro then. Like, oh boy, my gaze was starting to like go blurry there. I was like, God, wasn't able to read for a second. I haven't actually experienced Sekiro in full, so I can't speak to that, people. I love bleed. Oh. Oh. Go on. Over here. As we can see, there are these soldiers, both regular infantrymen and more heavily armored dudes, guarding this aqueduct. We obviously saw going that direction how there are these graveyards behind Firelink with various graves, again, from different cultures, giving us the idea that plenty of people have been buried there, most likely undead. However, as we can also see, over here is an aqueduct with the soldiers coming out. So what are these soldiers trying to defend against? What are they so scared of that they feel they need to defend us from outside, even with this little shrine? We'll have to find out. There we go. Oh. Oh. Big axe guy. Oh, hey, buddy. Are you the... Yeah, you're the firebomb thrower. We could go over there to get items, but no. I don't want to risk dying right now. I need to equip this more properly. Here we go. Perfect. So, looking from up here, as we can see, there is the Undead Burg. Now, the Japanese name means something like the undead town below the castle. The castle referring to Anor Londo. We'll talk about that more when we get to Andre. What are you guys doing? What is happening here? Would Anastasia be our level up maiden, but then it was cut out? I don't know if it was cut. There was the idea that Priscilla was going to be the heroine, much like the Maiden in Black in Demon Souls. So she might have been our level up maiden originally, and that got changed. Not sure about Anastasia, if there was plans for her to be talking and like doing stuff similar to Maiden in Black. I don't know about that. Let the man explain the stuff in the beginner area. I'm sorry. It's okay, Rico. I understand what you're asking about. What do you think about Artorias? Did he really achieve anything noteworthy in New Londo? How strong was he? He was not involved in New Londo, period. In fact, New Londo is why he goes on his Dark Wraith hunting mission. We'll talk about that more when we get to it, though. Rico's excited for lore. I understand, Rico. Don't worry. We're going to be doing lots of these streams and covering the whole game, so enjoy. I understand your questions, though. I understand the excitement. Well, LOL, you're good. I never experienced DSR much, so it's interesting to know the plot. Oh, that's cool. Really cool. I'm glad to help you along with that. Letting people sort of follow along and get a sense of what we're going for. Anyway, as I was saying, as we can see, this undead town below the castle, for reference to Dark Souls 3, Undead Settlement is also called the Undead Town, so for your Dark Souls references. As we can see here, there's all these walls and things that are used to help divide these into different districts, essentially. We see that there's a church up the top there, though we can't really see it from our angle. The point, of course, being is that we are going forward, essentially at this valley, and there's much more to this town that we don't get to explore. It's far and away. Now, if you look down there, that is where Blighttown is. That little area with the swamp. Let's see if we can get a better angle over here. Oh, maybe... Yeah, there we go. See? As you can see, there's the Blighttown swamp right below us. There's the rotten tree rotted by the swamp for the Great Hollow, which we will be exploring later. So we see that. All the way down there. And then, of course, there is more... Oh! Well, wouldn't it be a Loki scream if I... wouldn't it be a Loki stream if I didn't fall to my death? Pro tip for later, the hawk ring increases the binocular zoom. Oh my god. Scanty, you have shown me the secret knowledge that... that is too great for me to know. Why? Why would you do this? Oh my gosh, now I need to get the hawk ring. Okay, guys, we're fast-tracking our way to Anor Londo. That's cool to know. Neat. There we go. Wasn't sure if that'd actually work. That's an amazing tip, Scanty. Yep. R.I.P. Yep. Anyway, so as we can see, Blighttown is directly below us. In fact, the ruins that the Crestfallen Warrior mentioned back there, our good old happy and cheerful jolly man is right beneath our feet. Quelaag is right beneath us, everybody. Anyway, let's go see her at some point. Crows, anything else we want to talk about this area? I've talked about New Londo connection. I've talked about there. As we can see here, this valley continues past where the Blighttown area is. So Blighttown sort of like peters off here. And then the valley continues this way, and that leads to the Valley of Drakes, where we can access from New Londo. So, don't know if we can see any of the pathways from up here, but you get the idea. So, and then the Valley of Drakes, of course, continues wrapping around through where the Undead Town is. So you want to take the aqueduct, and then get to the bridge. Oh, get to the bridge up there. Doing this again. All cream Loki stream. I definitely want to scream right now when I do that. Need Hawk Ring for Gwendolyn. Clearly. Need Hawk Ring for Gwendolyn. Doesn't count. You didn't lose an insane amount of souls. It doesn't count. It's not a Loki stream until I lose like 30k souls due to my own idiocy. It makes geographic sense that the bells are basically directly above one another. Exactly. Yeah, the bells work in terms of, like, the idea that the giants at Sen's Fortress can hear the two bells. It's like, yeah, that works. That makes sense. Oh. Oh. Okay, you're just dead. Gotcha. I was waiting for you to come around, but guess it really did kill you. And there we go. Soul of Lost Undead. Perfect. The moment I realized Blighttown is just below Firelink, I was blown away and loved this game ever since. Gameplay-wise, it feels miles apart. Yeah, there's something special. Again, I always talk about how these games deserve remakes like Demon Souls. Yeah. Yeah, Dark Souls 1. Just imagine having some of the Dark Souls 3 and stuff added to Dark Souls 1 in terms of quality of life, instead of it just being remastered. There's the path to Valley of Drakes that I was talking about. But instead of it just being like a remaster, you get like next-gen graphics without the depth. You can turn off depth of field and be able to just like take your binoculars and really look at all those places that you're going to explore. Like, that would just be amazing. Anyway, again, back to the lore play. As we can see, rats in the sewers. In this case, the aqueduct. I don't know where that water's going, but I hope it's nothing that you drink. Loki will have plenty of time to fall in the Orlando side chapel. The moans when the chosen undead gets hit gonna make me act up. Do you think remake would also need some bonus lore? No, I don't think it needs bonus lore. It just needs a better localization. If they do what they did with Demon Souls localization, which is they got the old localizers and they fixed like half the issues and left the other half as they were, I would still be happy because at least it's an improvement. I have very low expectations of the localization people at Frog Nation. Yeah, we gotta go the other way. So we go through the aqueduct here that connects the two sides of the town. Have our little Bloodborne moment there. And now we're in the Undead Town proper. The Undead Town below the castle. There we go. Dark Souls Remake, Scholar of the Second Sin. Minus 62 HP. Ugh. Should have been 69 HP. Would have been perfect then. There's some cut content regarding New Londo. Would you like, wouldn't you like seeing in a remake? No. Because none of the cut content in New Londo works in the final game. Believe me, I cover it in Abyssal Archive. Again, got a grift! Buy my book! Abyssal Archive! 2 volumes of in-depth Dark Souls lore coverage, talking about the Japanese script, the environment, and the basic human psychology, and mixing it all together, and you get a incredibly consistent and comprehensive account of the Dark Souls narrative. All the characters, all the places. Incredibly detailed. It'll be the perfect resource for whenever you want to talk about Dark Souls lore. Buy now! We want to go down here. Hard soul. And there we go. You seen these drop distances where it's like, oh, I gotta be like a baby, I can't drop too far, I might die. And I just keep on thinking, then you get into Elden Ring, and it's like, you drop like 5 stories, and you're like, I'm cool, didn't even take damage. Again, we get the sense of all the hollows here in town. Not very, things aren't going very well. The soldiers are hollows, the citizens are hollows, everyone's a hollow. You get to be a hollow, you get to be a hollow, you get to be a hollow. There we go. Yeah. As we can see, there's lots of disrepair happening here and lots of wooden construction trying to makeshift fix all these problems in the interim while there's all this conflict and fighting going on. So again, we get the idea that the soldiers are consistently facing this direction, which is very curious given the situation. Yeah, we also want to go that... Oh. What are you doing here, buddy? Go away. No, items on the other side. Gotcha. I can't wait for your parries. Oh boy, me parrying. I can't wait to try it. And then fail miserably. Gonna try to parry Taurus Demon. Guys, give me a sec. Every time you say town below the castle, I think the cut content gutter from Dark Souls 2. Oh my gosh, yes. Yes. Why? Why didn't we get cut gutter? Anyway. Let's see. Isn't that cut content also cut from Demon Souls? There is cut content in Demon Souls, but I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to specifically there, Scanty. Oh no, I got the item here. Okay. So I was going the right way. I'm not crazy. Okay, so we just gotta go here. Again, this is Lower Undead Burg that we see later on. Over there is our good friend, the Capra Demon. Again, we will be going to this lower part of town later. But again, the idea is that there's the Undead Burg, so the town below the castle. The Undead Town below the castle. Then there's Lower Undead Burg, which is again the Undead Town lower stratum. Then there's the Depths, which is the quote-unquote lowest stratum. and then you get to Blighttown at the end there. So again, we have this idea where the town, you keep going lower and lower, and you have a similar reflection in the populace, as we'll see going forward. First, though, let's do this. It annoys me that rubbish makes its way into Dark Souls 3, but the bird doesn't trade anything for it. They seem zombie-like. Actually, why are hollows always hostile to us and not to one another? Is there a lore reason for it, or is it just gameplay? Hollows are attracted to souls. Much like in Demon Souls, they are soul-starved. So, there's this idea. There's the Capra Demon's boss arena. There you go. That infamous alleyway. But yeah, so there's the idea that they're looking for souls. So the reason why they often prioritize us is because we got souls. We got souls that they want. So they want to take our souls. So they want to munch, right? There's also the idea that there's a habit to hollows. So they often act sort of similar to what they would do in life, because that's sort of like what their scant amounts of souls they might have left in their minds is sort of having them behave in, right? So like we see these soldiers as they are now continuing their guard duty when they died. So they're doing this protection. They have these defenses and everything set up out. So there's this question: what is this exterior threat that has the soldiers, the army of this town, so scared, and what happened that caused them all to die and start going hollow, and then the hollows start getting the other undead, and then those undead become hollow, and now everyone's this soul-starved hollow. But that's the idea. And the reason they appear zombie-like, as we see, is, of course, as the life of the soul is being sucked out, is being eaten by our curse, we have this look to us. Now, again, I should remember to put my armor back on at this point. Why does anyone want to look at my ugly mug? I can tell you, they don't. You guys aren't getting a shirtless stream. I know what you degenerates want. I will not give it to you. Because you don't really want it. Stop fooling yourselves. Okay, I'm messing something up for sure. There's something in that item. I probably have to go backwards after I drop down or something. Capra Demon was cancer on my no roll run. Oh my god, no rolling in Dark Souls. What are you, insane? Yeah, that doesn't... Ooh, actually. Is that actually what I want to do? Yeah, I don't want to go backwards, so maybe this way? Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, we go up here. There we go. I'm like, I know I'm doing something wrong to miss that item. There we go. Oh. Anything up there? Nope, it's boarded up. As we can see, gotta lock the hollows in. Do Undead Burg skip? No. Miyazaki does love his dregs of society. That item is just a soul of lost undead. You're missing nothing. Yeah, you're right, Scanty, but I decided to grab it anyway. Just for my own peace of mind. Can't wait to find that item I left at Undead Asylum, too. Anyway. Let's go forward for our level ups now. I think we've covered everything we need to at this juncture. As we can see with the fog walls, unlike in Demon Souls where there was a soft lore justification for why there would be pockets of fog that would block our way that we would have to push through in order to see to the other side, we don't really have that in Dark Souls. Though again, the principles of fog more or less carry over still. Where is it? There we go. As we can see here, there is the gateway to New Londo at the other end of the Valley of Drakes. So we can see it. There's the Darkroot Garden path that you take going down to get to that lift down there. So again, it's all interconnected. There we go. Soul of Lost Undead. Now, I will always miss when boss fogs used to be for more than just bosses. That's definitely something that I was disappointed with as games have continued on. As we can see, we have this giant wyvern, Hellkite. Now, item descriptions will refer to this as a Hellkite dragon, though it's more accurate to say he's a wyvern, a flying dragon. As we can see, he has no front legs. Those front legs are fused with his wings. So he just has hind legs to stand on and wings to fly around with. Flying dragon, wyvern, makes sense. And the idea isn't that it's a Hellkite like a species name, it's Hellkite's the name of the wyvern. So, gives a little more character that he has a name. Anyway, moving right along. Oh. dang it. Oh no! Ah, dang it. Range! I gotta get used to having bandit range. There we go. Bleed! Bleed, my fools! There we go. We go this way. As again, notice all the... Oh. You don't get Estus. I get Estus. Okay. So as we can see, more defensive emplacements. Again, they're all positioned outward. There's also the idea of arrows being in them. So there's the idea that there has been conflict with something that was considered an exterior threat that led them all the way to set up defenses all the way over at the aqueduct. Very curious indeed. Continue through Valley of Drakes and all that. Come on, buddy. Who named the Wyvern, LOL? Well, who named Seath? Who named Calamite, right? Like, dragons are intelligent creatures, so they have names. Who named Sin in Dark Souls 2? Same idea. Oh. Perfect. Come on. Ah, dang it. Perfect. Dead. What else do we want down here? Secret area. Now again, to give us the idea of how hollowing works, you hollow more than just when you die. As I talked about earlier, the idea that hollowing is caused by a loss of heart. So the idea is that when your willpower is weak, when you lose the will to go on, you lose the will to hold on, that is when you start truly hollowing. Because your soul, the thing which... Your soul that you have, the white soul, not your humanity, which is your true soul from the curse... your soul is trying to hang on and stay attached to the body that it's controlling. It's not. It's trying to resist being devoured by your dark sign. However, when you lose will, then that means your soul has lost the will to keep on holding on, to resist that that hollowing process. And we can see some of this with, say, the Crestfallen Warrior. He's on the path to becoming a hollow because he has lost heart and he's just sort of waiting around for it to happen. We also see, of course, with this. The way that these items are set up, you can tell that clearly someone put something up to hide themselves. As we can see, it's a soldier. This soldier was a coward. He hid when everyone else was fighting and stuff. So he just hid back here like a coward waiting, but ended up succumbing to despair. And as a result, he just hollowed. So now, as we find him sort of an artifact of his last moments as a sane human being. And now he's just a mindless monster for us to kill. Now, not all hollows are mindless monsters by default. It's more like a gradient. It's not like it's like, okay, you have hit hollow status. You are now crazy. Obviously, we are technically hollow right now, but we still have our sanity. And obviously, plot armor keeps us from ever losing our sanity. Otherwise, it'd be a permadeath in this game. And nobody wants permadeath in Dark Souls, except, I guess, probably hardcore runners. Instead, we have other hollows like this guy.
Well now, you seem to have your wits about you. Then you are a welcome customer. I trade for souls. Everything's for sale.
Why is there a Taurus Demon and why are the hollows not going after it? Oh, let's talk about the Taurus Demon.
Things are getting treacherous in these parts. A horrible goat demon has moved in below. And up above, there's that humongous drake and a bull demon too. If you stick around this place, it might end up being your grave.
Alright, so the Japanese clarifies a lot more than what is put here.
What a waste of
Yeah,
time.
I get you.
Go and
Fall off a cliff. So what the Japanese clarifies here is that the idea is that recently things are getting really bad. So there's the Taurus Demon, which, as Rico mentioned, shows up top over there on the top of the walls. Now, you ask, why has anyone done anything about the Taurus Demon? Well, again, they're all turning hollow. They're all going crazy. There's this big conflict that's apparently happening. We don't exactly know who quite yet. But it's like, okay, there's this big conflict going on. What are they going to do when a Taurus Demon suddenly shows up? It's a big Taurus Demon. They're not going to band together when half of them are going crazy and they're dealing with hollows and plus another unknown enemy. So that's one concern. Then, you have to also consider the idea that it happened recently. So it's a fairly recent event. This guy isn't talking about all the hollows here. He doesn't care about these guys. Those guys are great because they ignore him. Because he's got, well, as you can see, he hasn't got a lot of souls for them to want to go hiking after. he's trying to sell wares just to get enough souls to stay sane as it is. You know, stave off the dark side by, you know, bartering with some other souls there. There's our way down. What happens instead with the, with this guy, as we can see, is he's a beggar. He's dressed in rags. He's here selling stuff that, as he makes a point of, he steals. He takes it from others. Yeah.
I hope you brought plenty of salt.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. As we can see, he's going a little loony. He's sort of petting nothing in this thing, but he acts like there's a pet that's like sleeping in there, and he calls it by name.
Here, I'm not here to chit chat. We talk business, or we talk nothing at all.
Aw, guy's mean. Okay, let's buy some stuff from him. What do we want? Bottomless box for sure. Anything else we want here? No. East-west shield. Again, an old symbol, double-headed eagle. I talked earlier, this idea that it represents empire, so we see it associated with the way of white, as this idea of this far-flung mainstream religion. This dominant force. Talk?
Here, we...
I did.
Thank
You kindly. Anyway. Now, the Japanese dialogue also has, when he's not talking about Taurus Demon, he's talking about how, oh yeah, also as of late, there's that giant wyvern, or drake as the localization will call it in this game oftentimes, though they're a bit inconsistent across the series on what they call these things. But again, the idea of a drake is, again, a flying dragon or a wyvern. And the other idea is the Capra Demon. Now, thing to note about the Capra Demon, there's a specific phrase being used when talking about the Capra Demon who settled below down there. And he uses something that means kind of like, the Capra, the goat head demon versus the Taurus, who's a bullhead demon. The goat head demon had the nerve to settle down there, right? Like, so there's the idea that he's really miffed about the Capra demon in particular, which makes sense. He looks like a beggar. He's someone who came from lower Undead Burg, most likely. And he's come up here trying to beg for souls so he can make it by in the more affluent part of the town. As we talked about, we can see these houses are much nicer compared to what we'll see down below with its residents. So he's taking all this stuff that he's looted from the town and whatever, and he's trying to pawn it off for souls. But and as we can see, he's on the verge of going completely psycho with him and his pet.
Oh, you again. I hope you brought plenty.
Yeah. Will you get to talk to me now?
Yeah.
Ah, dang it. Fine, we'll have to come back later.
What's the matter?
You weren't playing ball, buddy. Let's see. That's true, sorry, I was Dragon Race, it's okay. Yuria and Wilhelm in Dark Souls 3, among others, of the Sable Church of Londra also retain sanity. Yes, hollowing is not something... Dark Souls 3 makes it abundantly obvious, though, again, a lot of people didn't realize it at the time. But it's very clear when you go to Dark Souls 1 that there is a gradient to hollowing. Not every hollow we fight is necessarily a mindless monster. That's just arguably the inevitability. It's just a matter of how long you can stave off the hollowing process before you go, like, full hollow, I suppose. Again, we can see the roots growing out of these normal citizens too, like us. Not every hollow has these roots growing out of them, mind you, but it is a common feature, as we can see. Acts like a wild beast. Now we'll get that key in the near future. First, though, throwing knives. Again, there's the bridge we want to get to in order to get over there to that part of town. But we have to first go to that part of town. Let's see. First, we'll light the bonfire here, but I'm not going to rest at it. I want to go back and see what, if we can get Crestfallen to talk more. As we can see, we have to unlock that shortcut, but we are inside the bridge tower. Right beneath it. The main bridge support. I think now's a good time to also use souls before we get, like, too many. Oh, boy. Well, ask questions now, chat. I'm gonna be here for 7 years. Oh, God, let's make this easy. I love how this is perhaps easier than doing it normally. One thing Remaster did add doing this fast. Just doing them all at once. What is the deep lore for me doing this individually instead of as a group? There is none. Answer. Okay, we got that done, so we can worry about that later. The quality of life introduced by the remaster. Exactly. Oh, yeah, we can go up there, so let's do that first. I have to get used to not using L3. I miss Dark Souls 3 jumping. Dark Souls 2 jumping, too, to be fair. Oh my god. It stops! VOD viewers, skip 15 minutes while I do this. Oh, nope. Okay, sure. Sure. Gotta do it literally last second, huh? God. It probably would be easier to do this from the roof of the other building, honestly. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna do it from the roof up there, because that's probably the better way to do this than what I'm trying. You can only sell to Frampton. He's not there yet. Loki, you get there by that corridor full of hollows. Have to jump. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's probably how I'm supposed to do it. Again, I miss ER jumping already. ER jumping was like, hey, you just want to hop? You can do that, you know. Out of curiosity, do you actually go faster if you hold down the sprint while going up a ladder? Like, I always get the feeling like I do it, like, slightly faster, but it feels so slight that I honestly can't tell if that's a placebo or not. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. There we go. Yay, crossbow. You also won't see me commenting on a lot of specific corpses or anything like that, because usually it's very generic. And there's usually not a lot of explanation on like what the character did, how did they die, etc., and stuff like that. So usually I'll just talk about the items themselves and not necessarily the person. In this case, crossbow and bolts on a high ledge. Yeah, that makes sense. That's imaginable. Yeah, let's go back to Crestfallen then, because getting the level up there, seeing if he has anything to chat about, and if not, we can always like rush through to get back to our checkpoint here. Can't drink Estus in them either. This was introduced in DS2. What platform do you play on? Just curious. I'm playing on PC right now. So this is all the PC version. No, you don't go faster by doing something. That's what I thought. Because it feels like you do in Dark Souls 1 and 3. But Dark Souls 2 is the only one that makes it any noticeable. I always felt like it feels like that should be, it feels like that should be happening, but it, oh. Oh, hey, buddy. I forgot you're alive. You guys done? Oh, sorry, buddy. A little distracted. Ow. Oh! Whoop. We're going this way, everybody. Crestfallen, you better have something to say. I'm just pointing that out there. Yeah, oh, death. I didn't rest at the bonfire. I should be good. I think you go faster in Dark Souls 3, but just slightly. Yeah, that's what I thought would happen in Dark Souls 1, but it's really hard to tell. First off, let's talk to you.
How did that
There we go.
Sorcerer's Apprentice end You know, the one always prattling on about Master Logan. He left for the Undead Burg, but never came back. Serves him right. If even old Big Hat can't make it out there, what chance does he have? I hope he enjoys his new life as a hollow.
Now, the Japanese doesn't actually say sorcerer's apprentice or whatever. He actually just says it means like he basically just says very rudely a sorcery, quote-unquote, bastard, or something to that effect, right? Majutsu yaro. And so the point being made here is that, he doesn't have much respect for this sorcerer character, but he doesn't clarify exactly necessarily that he's an apprentice, and that'll be relevant to keep in mind for later. But, there is this idea that he knows this guy, and all he goes on about is, Master Logan, Master Logan. Like, there's the idea that there's this old Big Hat Logan, this very popular and famous sorcerer we'll be learning about, and he's making a big deal about him. And it's like, hey, what's the idea? Like, if Logan's not here or around or anything like that, and he seems to be dead, because again, Crestfallen Warrior assumes everybody who's not around must be dead, then what the hell you expect to do? Since we have this, let's start using it before things get out of hand. We might want to have this and this, so we'll keep that for now. Crossbow could be useful. Kadukia shield. This seems to be... I'm not going to be blocking anything but physical, so target shield we can get rid of. There we go. Let's do that. Dark Souls 1, not faster. Dark Souls 2, very fast. Dark Souls 3, slightly fast. Depends on the game. Standard bolts. You know, we'll keep that just in case. It doesn't really matter if I have these in my inventory. I'll move that. If I recall correctly... Oh, just generic armor stuff, right? Yeah. Nothing crazy. Doesn't tell us much about the culture of Undead Town beyond it exists. Old Witch's Ring, we're keeping that. Okay, so far so good. Bottomless box, though. We didn't look at the description for that. That's actually kind of important. So, a peculiar bottomless wooden box. Its origins are unknown. Some derive... so, there's the idea that they say sometimes it's also called a... they call it here a symbol of unbridled avarice. This is, of course, a reference to the symbol of avarice head item you get from the mimic chests. However, the Japanese name for this is more so, it's known as the brand of the greedy, right? So the idea is, of course, the idea that these are greedy people, and they've been branded sort of to recognize their greed, and cursed with this bottomless box that can carry any item. And as many items as possible. So then we get this idea of we're using that. Again, curious that he has that in the Undead Burg, but we will see that there is a justification for it as we go further ahead. Yep, she's still there. Anything else you got to tell us, Crestfallen, or are you done chatting?
You again? There's nothing to speak about, really. That
crow
flew off with some...
Whoopsie.
You again? There's nothing...
Yeah.
Oh, actually, something strange did happen.
Sorry, guys.
That crow flew off with somebody in its clutches. I think it was a man curled up in a ball. Stranger things have happened, right? No. Maybe not.
Strange things.
What? You want to hear more?
Yeah.
Oh, that's all we need. Another inquisitive soul.
Well, you're not good for anything else.
Listen carefully, then. One of the bells is up above in the Undead Church.
Uh-huh.
But the lift is broken. You'll have to climb the stairs up the ruins and access the Undead Burg through the waterway.
I feel like you should have told me that first, buddy.
Back down below the Undead Burg, within the plague-infested Blight Town. But I'd die again before I step foot in that cesspool.
So the idea is that Blight Town is where, or the diseased village, as the Japanese more accurately means, is the place where the diseased gather, those who are afflicted by all manner of illnesses that are apparently permanent. What the 5 I've never seen that dialogue. It implies others are coming back to the asylum as well. Exactly. Yeah. A lot of dialogue. There's lots of dialogue and stuff you can get from this guy that's really rare because most people, they go to Undead Burg, they continue through Undead Burg, and they never talk to him again because he's like, I don't want to talk right now. Which is a shame. I feel like that was a poor design decision. Since we're here, let's go down to New Londo and talk to the other Vinheim person. We get a little bit into New Londo. Oh no, first I should level up though, before I lose stuff. Oh. Yeah, start doing that. Perfect. Resistance, we're never up leveling that up. So we get a little bit more on the HP, a lot more on the strength, so I can really start doing some damage to some fools. Now, I'm going to talk a lot about New Londo when we get to it much later, so I'm not going to harp on a lot of the details here. So I should say we see very important statues that we'll be getting to, both above and below. Hey, girl. Nor will I be talking too much about these peaceful hollows at this point. But what I will say is, as we can see here, this area is in fact a prison. We can see from these barred windows and stuff that there was a staircase that would wrap around down, and there would be more barred windows for you to look into as you were climbing, as you can see. The point, of course, being that you would normally have climbed up from the bottom of this city down up here to get to the top, at which point you would take the different lifts and things of that nature in order to get around up top. That would take you up to Firelink Shrine where, hey, what do we see? Another prison cell where Anastasia is currently residing. But this one down here isn't for Anastasia. This one has been instead been occupied by our little sorcery smith friend.
Well, this is unusual.
Rickert.
Dead. And more importantly, you're free. How on earth? Well, I shouldn't pry. I'm Rickert of Vinheim.
Yeah, I know. Dagger on a strong build. I'll be adding more dex too. I just wanted to boost up my strength a little bit for other weapons, possibly.
What is it? Have you? Oh no. Don't worry. No intention of escape.
Gotcha.
It's safe here. Can't bear the thought of going hollow out there.
Right, so while he's waiting to go hollow, he's basically sitting in a cell where he can't hurt anybody.
How about this? I could forge your weapons, albeit with rather minimal tools.
You brought your tools with you?
I'll show you what made me the best in Vinheim.
Gotcha. So we get the idea that he, of course, is from Vinheim. His uniform is also very reminiscent of the Sorcerer Academy uniform. So all of that definitely checks out. Purchase an item. We can also learn some sorceries from him. Let's repair now while we have a chance. Reinforce weapon. We do have one Titanite shard, but nothing really to reinforce yet, so we'll do that. Modify. Don't have anything for that.
What is it? There's nothing to talk about. We're both cursed, undead. But what's there really to moan about?
Well, yep.
We're both
Okay, gotcha. I'm leaving. Best healthcare. Damp everyone in Blighttown. Just dump all of New Londo's water in Blighttown. Problem solved. I assume you meant to say dump everyone in Blighttown, by the way. Just... That's my assumption. Now we get our first... There we go. Transient curses. Now, as we can see, this is New Londo in ruins. Again, we'll talk more about that as we go forward. For now, suffice to say, we get the idea that this is an old undead ruin. And there's this idea that there are curses. A transient curse, so the idea of this temporary sort of curse that we're able to put on ourselves is that this is a hand that we've severed that has some of curse in it. Now, this curse isn't strong enough to thankfully curse us permanently. However, we're able to use this basically by holding this cursed hand that we've cut off. We can then transfer the curse to us for a short time until the curse basically burns out. Because there is this idea that the ghosts here, of course, are cursed beings. They are essentially can make themselves incorporeal, and the only thing that can interfere with that curse that lets them become incorporeal is, in fact, another curse. So we can sever the hands of those who are cursed and use it as we see fit, even from the ghosts themselves, who are, in fact, despite how they may look, physical beings with physical bodies. They just make themselves incorporeal for us to not be able to use. But we can, in fact, they are technically a physical entity, as we will learn the difference between a spirit, or a ghost, and a soul. But we shall now return back up. So is New Londo, Firelink, and Undead Burg all part of the same town? The first two, yes. The last one, no. Undead Burg is its own town that came much later than New Londo. Again, we will talk about that more as we go forward, but New Londo and Firelink Shrine are the same, it's the same continuation of architecture. That's why I said earlier, technically speaking, we are in New Londo as soon as we're dropped off. Like, this is New Londo. This shrine, this ritual place, that's what the name more literally means, and it has a very particular connotation here, is that this is where the fire-linking ritual takes place. It is the ritual site for all things fire-linking related. Now, we don't know what that means at this juncture, but we will see as we make our way through the plot. Fun fact, if you get cursed by Basilisk, you can hurt the ghost. Exactly. That's a permanent curse. Now, there is a funny thing about petrification curses in that they make absolutely zero sense in this game. When you go to Ingward, it's like, hey, I have a curse I need to get rid of because it's permanent. Okay, what's your curse? It's petrification, but you're not a statue. Yeah, but, like, the game let me respawn, and wait, game? What? So, like, yeah, game mechanics take precedence over lore. Miyazaki really wanted a interesting gameplay experience over it making sense. Dark Souls 2 obviously rectifies this, and Dark Souls 3 just pretends that curse never happened. It's like, no. You weren't actually cursed. You weren't actually petrified. We're just gonna do a hard reset. Oh. Darn. I thought I could jump across and miss it, but oh well. It's fine. Interesting. Yeah, it is. And that's the idea, right? Like, when you get petrified, the curse is for you to be petrified. Now, Miyazaki wants to use it to highlight a specific idea with curses, which is, of course, that curses afflict the soul. They exist at the very essence of being. So, it is your soul which is affected. That's why you get the half-health effect. It's eating away at your soul to feed itself. And the idea with Orda, or whatever else feeds on it, is trying to get at you. Hence, the Undead Curse does something similar with, again, feeding on our life forces in order to make us go hollow. The point, though, with the Petrification Curse, of course, is that the petrification is the curse. So you are supposed to be a statue. And as we can see, when you dispel the petrification, there's no more problem with the curse. Now let's... There we go. Gosh, you are tanky. Do I have any bleed there? Now, as we can see, we have our little soldier emplacement ready to rain down hell upon their opponents. Apparently didn't work for them long term, though. Dang it, I went too early. Darn. Now there's the door to Lower Undead Burg. We will get to that door eventually. But first, let's try to get to Taurus. No, wait, I gotta deal with this first, huh? There we go. I need 5 hits. That's... Oh, that's not ideal. Oh, you came all the way over here to see me. How nice of you, buddy. I appreciate that. You make this much easier going forward. Dang it. I thought I rolled the second time, but nope. There we go. Oh, where are you coming from, buddy? Hello? We go inside the house. We get a little sense that undead live the same as you or me. We often think of undead, of course, as zombies, but in Dark Souls, it should be understood that the term for the Japanese term for undead means non-dead, more literally. So it has an idea of both being an undead in the traditional sense and a immortal. So Miyazaki sort of plays with both ideas. You are the only difference between you and a normal human is that you're quote unquote immortal. You can live forever, you won't age anymore, everything is kind of golden from there. Well, you know, I guess unless you're Logan, where you're an old man already, so you probably still feel creaks in your bones for all eternity, but besides the point, you eat, you drink, you copulate, you shit, but the reason why you don't do that stuff necessarily all the time and be able to live a normal life, however, is because you are hollowing, and that's where the more traditional zombie connotation of undead comes into play, right? So that's how the game sort of plays with it. Black fire bombs. We'll equip those once we get to Taurus. Hey, Juris. Juris? Don't know how to pronounce that. How Solaire got there without killing Taurus. I'm saying, man. When it comes to NPCs and how they get around, including ahead of you, for past bosses that you have to beat before they could possibly continue, don't ignore it. That's the answer. Just don't think about it. I talked about this with size in past streams, but basically, when it comes to, like, a character's size, how is a character who's, like, bigger than the doorway he could possibly fit through able to get around? Or how is us, an undead hero who's plowing through these enemies that so many haven't defeated before, somehow always behind all these other characters who happen to be right past the boss or whatever? You just have to imagine they're somehow getting around. They're somehow doing this without facing those same foes that we're going about. Like, how does Petrus, Rhea, and company get to the Tomb of the Giants without facing Pinwheel? There must be some way in the catacombs you could theoretically do that. We just happen, for the narrative's sake, take the route that takes us through Pinwheel, right? Like, that's, you just kind of have to accept that there's got to be some other way. Again, like I said, it's best not to think about it too hard, because it's obviously just dumb because the plot says so. There we go. You copulate. I'm not so sure about that. Listen, do not impugn my chat. Oh, whoa. There we go. So, Lost Undead. Again, we get another look at the bridge in the area we're heading towards. There's an Orlando. Again, you can also see the path from Darkroot Garden down to New Londo. Down there, there's the bridge where the gateway would be. Oh, but I can't look that far down, so I guess you're just going to have to enjoy this. Very blurry, unfortunately. Damn depth of field. There is an item down there, but I'm pretty sure we have to go another way to get it. Oh, okay. Can't spin me around, huh, Dark Souls? Understandable. But Sigurd can't get anywhere without us, or was it Sigmire? Which Zieg is it? Yeah, so Ziegmeyer. Yeah, Ziegmeyer. Yeah, but that's because, again, the plot tells him that he can't get anywhere without us. But, again, that doesn't necessarily apply to all characters. So, like, when you're going through Sen's Fortress or whatever, right? And you have to also account for the idea that, we'll talk about with Solaire, the idea of time is stagnant and different time space and stuff like that, which can allow timey-wimey shenanigans where, say, I get there a few days later, but I'm seeing you a few days earlier. But again, like I said, it's best not to think about it, just kind of accept when the plot says, okay, this character is here now. Unless there's something stated about, like, oh no, this boss had me captured, thank you so much for saving me, or something like that. Obviously, then it's relevant, but otherwise, don't think about it too hard. It really does not help you with the analysis. Believe me, I have the same problem when it comes to prisons in this series and how they handle prisons. Namely, with how they... pretty much, the standard for incarceration in Dark Souls seems to be just throw them into the cell and lock away the key. Doesn't matter if they have fire magic that could melt the bars. Doesn't matter if they have giant big weapons and armor, which they could use to protect themselves if they start getting rowdy or do shit that we don't want them to do. Doesn't matter. It's all good. Oh no. Well, that wasn't very nice. Whoop. There we go. Do you think we can handle the Black Knight, chat? I think we can handle the Black Knight. Full Harbor prisoners. My favorite part is Dark Wraith with his red eye orb that lets him appear as a phantom outside of his specific location freely, just by the use of a special little eye orb. It's like, oh, not gonna confiscate that, huh? Siegward solo Sigmire. Do it. I'm doing it. By the way, you can open that door with the chest and the door to have Havel with the Master Key. I know I can, Scanty, but I'm trying not to use the Master Key. I'm trying to experience this if I didn't have the key. I am trying to keep to that, but yes, thank you. I understand. I do understand what Master Key can make possible. Same with New Londo and oh boy, I guess where there was an item here, but I guess I'm crazy. Anyway, we're kind of in like pseudo Lower Burg now, like the mid Burg, the mid Lower Burg. Now, Black Knights can basically be anywhere. Yeah. Oh, come on. That was a backstab. You all saw it. You know what? Ah, I should not have dodged away. That was my dumb mistake. I should have dodged in. I would have made it. Gwyn Resin. Why'd you pick your class if you don't want to use your Master Key? Because I want to use a different type of... I want to use a melee build of some sort. I was like, you know what? I've never done a thief with a short dagger as my starting background, so that's why I chose it. It wasn't for the Master Key. I could have picked Master Key as my gift if I wanted that, but nah. I'd rather have Old Witch's Ring and go with what we got here. Yeah, I could definitely beat Black Knight. I just gotta backstab him a lot. Alright, where's Big Boy? You. There you are. Let's deal with you first. Come on. Darn. Oh. There we go. Or parry him. Spud dog. Dog splat. Maybe they attempted to confiscate but gave up after 10 plus nights. Dead nights. They're like, okay, we're gonna lock him in prison, but then we'll do the confiscate. Imagine you lock up the Dark Wraith in a prison, you're like, wait a second, does he have a red eye orb? Oh shit, we didn't think about that. Why did you leave his weapons with him? I thought he was harmless. Like, what would we do? We just lock him up, he'd be fine. We could just talk him behind the doors. He has a red eye orb. You go in. No, I go in. No. You can just imagine the hilarity in Lothric. There we go. That's so strange that you can't get Old Witch's Ring any other way than starting gift. Hey, well, they want to make it unique in that respect. Dark Souls did a lot of weird things that I appreciate. Oh my gosh. Automatically coming, huh? There we go. Alright, I think we could beat Black Knight for sure, though, this time. As long as I don't do anything stupid. Which, you know, with me is very hard, so you never know. Oh, That wasn't a backstab, but I thought I could cheat. You're still alive? There we go. Alright. What we're going to do is we're going to lead him up so I have more room to try to make the backstab, I think. I think that was my problem. It was hard. It was kind of hard to kind of maneuver in that alleyway, even if it was kind of useful in order to kind of like limit his movements. So if you don't chase it, you will never speak. You can get the old witch's ring by trading a sunlight maggot with the crow. Yeah, that's true. You can get it that way. But I think that's like a someone who experiments a lot type of deal. It's not something I think a lot of players are gonna intuitively figure out. I was really considering why would you give away a sunlight maggot once you own it? Because at that point, like, you don't even need the shortcut. Oh. Well, there goes my souls. Darn, I did something stupid. I was like, you know, I'm gonna get killed for trying to kill this guy. I shouldn't do that while the other guy's coming. I mean, worst case scenario, we skip Black Knight just for time and try to just do Taurus, because Taurus is raffled now. Well. Come on. Just stopped your jump. New Game Plus. There we go. Oh. Today I learned you can't interrupt their jumps. Okay. Good to know. Deal with you because you're inevitable. Made him bleed through a wooden shield. Yeah. Use the secret Joestar technique. It's called running. Well, there goes my souls. Classic Loki catchphrase. Well, I lost my souls to stupidity. What else is new? Yeah, you can't interrupt that. Good to know. Hollow warrior armor. We'll get you in a second, souls. Oh, out. All right. Come on. Come on, buddy. Come on. Oh my. Of course you turn well. There we go. Come on. Come on. Oh my gosh. Oh dear Lord. They just keep coming. Oh, okay. Come on. There we go. Alright, we don't care about that thing up there because it's not the priority. Priority is Black Knight. Let's do Black Knight. Black Knight! Come on. Come on. Now, the Black Knights are supposed to be wanderers. They wander the world. So, Miyazaki and company have always wanted to add wandering enemies to their games. But they weren't able to in Demon Souls or in Dark Souls. So they end up just kind of spawning these enemies in specific, almost random locations to kind of simulate that they are... Ah, darn it. That's what I was afraid of, that attack. Ah! Wasted. Wasted. Whoop. I deserve that death. I wasted my my moves there. I should have dodged into him more. Wish they gave us Morgott holy spells for DLC. What that form message about ER DLC pre-Christmas, is it true? That true or fake? It's not happening pre-Christmas, I don't think. Not when they've just announced Armored Core and stuff. When I think DLC is coming probably like summer of next year, if I had to guess. Oh. Anyway. Go. Oh, dang it. Forgot about that. There we go. I mean, there was a official message. I don't know about that. I'm still skeptical. If there's anything about DLC before Christmas, I think it was probably about the arenas. But again, I don't got my pulse on the on Elden Ring, so. Of course. There we go. Lots of souls. Alrighty. Yeah, that's exactly what he does, and you can bait a parry attack pressing L1 next to try, yeah. There we go. Another humanity. Come on. Ah, dang, I thought I could get the other guy, but no, I don't have the range for that. Oh, come on. Woo! There we go. Oh my god, stop hugging the wall. Come on. And dead. Alright. Black Knight, today's your day to die. I will no longer be running away from you purely. Come on. Go on. Ah! Where did you come from? Ah! That fifth guy! Oh boy. That was an awkward spot. As soon as I saw that, I was like, well, I'm dead. Okay, we're gonna skip Black Knight, just do Taurus Demon, because as much as I want to kill Black Knight, this isn't my first playthrough where I got lucky, killed him, and got my Black Knight Greatsword. I'm a thief. I'm a poor, squishy thief, not a pyromancer. Come on, big boy. And then we'll... Oh god, my souls are down there, aren't they? Well, that's gonna be awkward. It's okay. Well. Maybe they'll give up. Or they'll come in single file. Like I said, I'll never understand the aggro range of the Undead Burg. It feels random. Yeah, it does. I think what happens is the one guy comes down as soon as you go closer into the area, and he just takes a little bit to get around. It has a bit of that Iron Keep. Oh, you though. You though, I can't believe you're... Whoop. Well. I was like, you know what? This is an increasingly untenable situation. Death is going to be the only answer at this point. Well, I'm gonna have so many souls for Taurus. Hope he appreciates it. You done? Okay, I can go faster than this guy. Whoop. Alright, so I can definitely do this. What I have to do is keep running. Go this way. Go this way. Go down this way. Pick up my souls. Then come back up immediately. Oh no, I went too close. Darn it. Oh, frick. Okay, I see my opening. Whoop. Whoop. Alright, we did it! Oh, it's only the one barrel. Gotcha. Okay. We're safe now. We're safe. We can do this. Bro, using the secret Joe Star technique. There we go. First. Man, that guy's determined. Hey, buddy. I don't even care that you're healing. There we go. Alright, so what do we want? Want to get rid of this, want to get rid of this. This will get in our way. As we can see, Lorgen's got a generally temperate climate compared to the snowy northern place we were at. But like, granted, we were in top of mountain, so that's understandable. Get the crystal lizard after Taurus. We'll get him. I'll get him. Oh boy. As we can see, Taurus will now be coming down. Well, that worked somehow. Ah, darn. Well, that worked somehow. That was way too early. Ah, darn! Curses. I could have told him. I was trying to get around him, but I couldn't go between his legs. Darn. The tail. That damn tail. Oh well. It's fine. Now my souls are after the boss fog, so... just gotta run to it. Thank you. Man, these maps feel really short when you don't go through every enemy every 2 inches, huh? We go there in a sec. Honestly, I should have going for the dodge roll. I should have gone for the ladder and then done the plunging. Well, I'll know for the future. Alright. Perfect. Here we go. I think you can also jump attack him like Asylum Demon. Yeah, you can. Ah, darn. Messed up. I gotta do the jump. Darn it. Oh, I can't drink up here. Whoops. There we go. That's the best strategy. Again, if I had all my fire bombs, this would be done already, but I messed up. Ah, darn! I didn't dodge roll fast enough. Okay, we get the strategy, though. No more, we're just gonna do the jump attacks then, because my dagger is very tiny. Whoop. Kinda messed me up there, soldier boy. I'm a thief. I have to do crafty, sneaky, underhanded things. I'm not meant for combat. Oh. Done? Yeah, I was afraid of that. Can I get you guys, like, apart? There we go. Now I can deal with you. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's get this strategy underway. Aerodynamism, what's with you and retracting messages today? Something happened? Bit random, honestly. There we go. Alright, let's do some decent damage. There we go. Alright, come on. Thank you. I appreciate that, buddy. Oh, what? Oh, okay, sure. Also, who the hell is shooting me? Like, what? Alright. Oh my... So, okay, I can't dodge roll consistently is what I'm seeing. I thought I could just dodge roll instead of trying to deal with the finicky jump button, but, nope. Jump it is. Oh, that worked. Cool. Thank goodness these sweeps don't hit me. Dang it. Oh. Okay. There we go. That works fine, I'll take it. Just gotta do that 2 more times. Let's do that. I can't believe that worked. Taurus, thank you for being stupid. Oh my god. There we go. I was about to say if I missed that again. I hate this jump button. Man, I miss L3 jumps. It really is not that great under pressure. Oh my god. Okay, Taurus, we need you to die one last time. I know this is not the... There we go. Not the most... I was about to say, if that knocked me off the edge because of the angle, that would have been hilariously stupid. Yeah! Taurus Demon! So, as we can see, Taurus Demon is preventing anyone from getting to the bridge here from this angle. Whereas Capra is going, still hanging out in below. I was asked earlier about why this might be. There seems to be this idea, of course, that he's clearly defending something. He's clearly trying to block our way. As we will later learn, Chaos Demons are not just mindless monsters. They have purpose, intelligence. They can work together and think, even communicate. So, as we will see going forward, there is much more going on here. And this, along with the Asylum and Stray Demons, is the first hints that there is a deeper plot afoot. Seems like Soldier on the tower blocked the entrance to the platform from their side. I keep writing the wrong letters. Need more points in intelligence, Lamel. There we go. Let's see. Alright. I can't remember, guys. Can I open this door from this way without the master key? I actually don't remember. I want to say no, I need the residence key, but I could be wrong. Anyway, here is, of course, Solaire staring at, well, the sun. Again, we get a sense of how big Undead Burg really is. And also how high we are on this cliffs. Oh boy.
Ah, hello. You don't look hollow, far from it. I am Solaire of Astora, an adherent of the Lord of Sunlight. Now that I am undead, I have come to this great land, the birthplace of Lord Gwyn, to seek my very own son. You find that strange? Well, you should. No need to hide your reactions. I get that look all the time.
So when he says Lord of Sunlight, what he means is he's an adherent of the God of the Sun. As we later learn, this God of the Sun refers to Gwyn's firstborn, not Gwyn himself. Obviously, Lord of Sunlight does make you assume he's talking about the Lord of Sunlight from the cinematic. Now, in the cinematic, Gwyn is referred to as the King of Sunlight, or the King of the Sun's Light, or the King of the Light of the Sun, however you want to put it. The point is that he is a king, a lord, and he, of course, has dominion over sunlight. However, this God of the Sun, whom Solaire is referring to, is different. It's his firstborn son, his eldest child. He also makes reference to the idea that, this is the birthplace, this land, Lordran, is where Gwyn was born. Which, again, is obviously very important. Now, he does have respect for Gwyn as the great king and all that, but that's something separate. I wonder whether the undead are working with the demons, specifically the Taurus, or whether they're simply in the same arena. No, they're not working together. So what we're gonna find as we go forward is that the Chaos Demons have their own agenda. Now, I referenced earlier the idea that the Asylum and the Stray Demon are likely prisoners of war who are being repurposed by the Anor Londo gods as replacement wardens for the Undead Asylum. As we can see, the soldiers of the Undead Burg who were stationed at the Asylum are all hollows. So it seems to be the idea of, okay, everything went wrong at the Asylum, we need new guards for this system we've got going. Okay, we'll send these prisoner of war demons we've got. Like, we don't care if they die or something, too, right? So we'll send them all the way far off, right? So that's why those demons are there. But Taurus and Capra, they've shown up recently. They are a very recent phenomenon in the chaos that is happening at the Undead Burg. This is why I say earlier, the idea of why hasn't the Undead Burg done anything about the demons? That's because they're dealing with this own conflict from some, again, unknown force that's out there that they are trying to deal with and be up against. So that's something you have to keep in mind. No, you can't. You need the basement key. Oh, not the residence key for that door. Okay, so I need to keep going to Parish. Okay, so I won't touch that door. So that reminded me of Alexander Jar. I mean, yeah. But yeah, more like Siegmeyer. I agree with Scanty there. Long time no Sneed. Hey, Sneed! Everyone give a love for Sneed. Sneed was instrumental in helping along with the quality checking for Abyssal Archive. So lots of love for Sneed there. In terms of getting stuck, he sure is low.
So I didn't scare you.
Nope.
I have a proposition, if you have a moment.
Sure.
The way I see it, our fates appear to be intertwined.
We met twice. That must mean it's fate. Oh boy.
Could that really
Dinner
be
and a movie
the
for
case?
Solaire.
So what do you say? Why not help one another on this lonely journey? It pleases me greatly. Well then, take this.
Gives us the soapstone.
We are amidst strange beings in a strange land. The flow of time itself is convoluted, with heroes centuries old phasing in and out. The very fabric wavers, and relations shift and obscure. There's no telling how much longer your world and mine will remain in contact. But use this to summon one another as spirits, cross the gaps between the worlds, and engage in jolly cooperation. Of course, we are not the only ones engaged in this, but I am a warrior of the sun. Spot my summon signature easily by its brilliant aura. If you miss it, you must be blind.
Oh ha 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 ha. So again, we have the all too famous and infamous line, time is convoluted. So the idea is that the flow of time is convoluted, not in the sense that it's so complicated that you can't possibly fathom to understand how time works in this universe. It's a matter of time is stagnant. The flow of time is stagnant. So imagine time is a river, and it's flowing along a linear timeline on the stream. Everything has cause and effect in perfect order, and it's all experienced in that perfect order. I drink from a cup, the cup is empty. That's how logic works with time as we know it. However, when time stagnates, suddenly it's like, imagine a log blocking the river. Now that water for the river gets blocked by the log and starts stacking up. So all this line of water is now finding an endpoint, and it's just piling and accumulating all in this little pool at the end of where the blockage is. That is what time is like right now. All that line, that string of events is all getting bunched up at the end there as a result of time now beginning to stagnate. So, because of that flow stagnating, we have the events where it's like, okay, Solaire and I are meeting at different times, likely. Or rather, I should say, if I arrive at the Undead Burg on day 0, or day 1, let's say, but Solaire arrives on the Undead Burg at day 10, and we both meet on day 1, how is that possible? The answer is that our worlds, our time spaces, the space we exist in within a period of time, briefly overlap for a certain period. So they kind of like, again, think of the river idea, it's all jumbled up together, so every now and then, different parts of the river from different periods in time start overlapping, sort of randomly intersecting. This causes us to actually be able to, say, experience things out of order despite cause and effect still being in effect. We still have to drink that water, and that water will be empty afterwards, but it's quite possible, say, we could find an empty cup, and then the event of us drinking the water to have it become empty will happen later. Similar to, say, when you time travel or whatever, where I am obviously someone who was born in the modern era, but then I go back in time, and then I'm now in this past time doing so, technically before I was born, but it's from, at least from my perspective, after I was born. So we might experience events linearly, but the way that it's all flowing and intersecting isn't true for everyone in a macro scale. And how to deal with this, we obviously see different spirits from people, of course. Walking around and running, this is again an idea of the different worlds are starting to intersect, but when they have full synergy, where we're like both physically in the same plane here, it becomes something like, okay, we might end up disconnecting at a certain point, and we could be like days or hours or whatever it is apart. To solve this, we'll create these soapstones, which again are like this soft rock which we can write down summon signs, and then we can use that power to sort of anchor us into each other's time spaces through this summoning mechanic. The thieves are working with Capra. It's impossible for the crossbowmen to be working with Taurus. Although they form their position, it looks more like they're defending the Burg from him. Yeah, so it's very likely that those are guys who are like, you know, they're just like stationed on the guard tower. And then like Taurus shows up and they're like, okay, we'll like try shooting at him. And then obviously die, hollow, etc., all that stuff. Taurus is defending this area to keep us from getting here. Capra's hanging out down below. And again, we'll talk more about what's going on with Capra and Lower Undead Burg as we go there. As you can see, the bridge has lots of residue indicating burning that's happened here. We see how the soldiers have sort of stationed. Again, they are constantly trying to protect something from inside there as a threat. Oh boy. Let's get our shortcut ready. Where are you? There you are. Now here we go. We're back at the bottom of the tower where our old bonfire is. And I got some souls I need to use. Again, this ladder seems to have been established to make up for the fact that the staircase was broken. So they created a very makeshift type of thing there. What do we want? Yeah, now we can start going into decks a bit more. And then we'll see what else we got. More damage. Your convoluted time idea reminds me of Dreadkeep. Yeah, Dreadkeep is where stagnation... Again, time is not convoluted, it's stagnant. And stagnation is the main theme of Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 is all about kind of showing the limits of that concept of stagnation. Now, you may be wondering, well, why is time stagnant right now? The answer is the first flame. Light, fire, and light, specifically light of fire, is time. Light is determined by the fact that you can see differences, changes, and that is determined by light, your ability to be able to sort of illuminate the world around you and understand it. And how that changes and affects under that light is how we determine what time is. And that's the same concept being applied in Dark Souls. Light is time itself, and therefore, as the first flame weakens, so does the flow of time. Now, you may notice, Solaire said something very specific. He talked about how it's stagnant on account of the fact that we are seeing people, heroes, great heroes from legend, from centuries ago, from a century ago, specifically, from a century past. These people who should be dead by now, even if they're undead, they probably should have been long past and died by this point, right? Otherwise, we would already have a hero and the mission would be fulfilled and none of this would be happening. So the point is, like, these people who should be dead, we're able to see them alive and in the flesh, and that's because of this whole stagnant time flow scenario. As the first flame has faded, it's created, again, it's only in Lordran. So again, the idea is that the flow of time in Lordran is stagnant. Outside of Lordran, things are normal. So we are essentially in Lordran in a time bubble. And this time bubble is where all the weird timey-wimey shenanigans happens. So wherever the first flame is, that is where we have this stagnant time bubble occurring. Now, it moves around throughout the games. Dark Souls 2 takes us to a completely new part of the world because the flame goes there, because again, time and space are kind of in flux as a result. And then eventually, Dark Souls 3, we get to the limits of it where, okay, we've been going through this stagnation for so long, it's now accelerating, it's getting worse, etc., etc. Dark Souls 3's repair is very explicit about light equals time. Yes, Need, exactly. Fun fact, there are corpses wearing the Baldur Knight set in this bridge and in the Parish and Sens in one of the few instances of different corpse models in the series. Yeah, very true, Scanty. For the most part, the game uses a generic male or female corpse to represent dead enemies. This is the only time we really get Baldur stuff. Really curious what they were probably going for. Can we get the, Can we get to that, Can we get to that statue before I die? I don't know. Oh. Dang it. Nope. That's not gonna work. Man, the frame rate just dipped there, huh? He was just like, I'm gonna stop animating. Okay, so we're gonna have to go through the back route. I don't like it, but we're gonna have to make him disappear and then go through the front way. Not my favorite method, but we'll do it. Gotta do it the sneaky way. Gotta be a thief. Oh. Dang it. Now we go through here, we find another little sewer tunnel thing. Again, rats. They have poison because they're rats. Poison replaces plague from Demon Souls to basically represent different harmful substances. So either like poisons, like different chemicals, or disease, things of that nature. Or, as we will see in some cases, even death. First Flame is already in a weird time space in Dark Souls 1 since you need to cross that weird hallway with the ghost to get there. To be fair though, that's a wormhole for the traveling great distances to get to the First Flame, right? So like the idea is like it's somewhere below us, not necessarily where we have like Nito and stuff, but we have to kind of like travel across space and time. But yeah, I agree. There's already weird like time space scenarios you got to do in order to just reach the flame that way, or the throne in Dark Souls 2. Oh. Right. To get the statue, just bait his flame attack, wait a bit, then run past him. Yeah, I was trying to do that. It wasn't working quite a bit, but I'll try it again. Oh. Let's see if we can kill you, buddy. Got the sewer grate open and everything here. Come on. Buddy. Come on. Oh, yeah! I got the backstab. That's all that matters. Yeah! I got the backstab. That's all that matters. Dang it. Oh. Let's see if we can... Yeah! Woo! Go on. Go on, buddy. Dang it. Ah, dang it. That's gonna hurt me. Yeah! Darn it! So close. I should not have dodge rolled back. That was my mistake. Bait his flame attack, wait a bit, then run past him. By a bit, I assume you mean give it a few seconds for it to cool down from the fire? By the way, I mean wait till he drops down, then... Oh, you mean the drop down. Right, right. Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah, that's true. That's a way to do it. Darn. Come on, buddy. As you can see, the Wyvern Hellkite here is very defensive of this area. There's a huge question why he wants to defend this bridge. He doesn't chase us anywhere else. He just wants to protect this bridge, as we can see from the residue. Well. And once we have made it in here, he's like, well, can't do anything else. There we go. Thanks, Scanty. Completely forgot that you can get him to come down for a second there. Gotta learn parrying. Gotta parry the Wyvern! Also parry Black Knight. I could do that. Alright. So, as we can see, we are now at the Undead Parish. The idea being is that this is where the town's church district, essentially. Now, looking here, we can see all the various soldiers and how well defended this place is. And as soon as we enter, we see this very familiar statue. If we look here on the left, we see a bunch of peaceful hollows, not willing to do anything, along with a statue that is an altar to the Gwyn's firstborn. Now, we talked about how the current Undead Burg is in a state of civil strife, bit of a problem here. They have this unknown enemy they're facing against, and it's clearly things went out of hand and they all became hollows. What are we supposed to do with this situation? Yeah, boy. I don't know why, is it YouTube that's retracting messages? I don't know why it's doing that, to be honest. Anyway, as we can see, it's a nice shrine, very fitting. The sun is obviously right there. You can imagine the statue in its full glory just standing atop over it, like this. Instead, we see that the statue is destroyed. Again, makes sense with how everything else has been destroyed or dilapidated in this, this stone town. But then that wouldn't explain the peaceful hollows. Now, we get the idea that, again, that not all hollows are necessarily violent monsters that are hunting for souls constantly 24/7. I talked about how some of their remaining stuff and their personalities kind of gives us a capsule of who these people were at the time. So the fact that we see all these peaceful hollows surrounding this shrine to the Firstborn tells us that it's very likely these are some of his followers in town who all fled here looking for sanctuary. Obviously, there's all the fighting and all the chaos going outside over there, and they're just all here kind of like, please, please, God, help us, save us, deliver us from our suffering. And while they all hollowed before any help arrived, perhaps it really did come. As we can see, there is a giant wyvern who's now rather fervently defending this bridge and stopping as soon as we leave. You gonna come, buddy? You've got to be kidding me. Yeah, that was dumb of me. Again, dodge rolling back is my worst habit, clearly, in this playthrough. It does not help me that well. If you're gonna be like that. Gonna need more damage on my dagger, it seems like. Woo! We don't need anything else here. Alright. Now that we've got those items taken care of, now onto the statue. As soon as we enter here, we are met with a fountain, with a very peculiar statue in the fountain. This statue has architecture we will otherwise only see in Anor Londo. I can also now start re-adding this. No, not you. There you are, you. And we can see that this this pedestal contains what concept art will describe as a goddess, and we can clearly see this is a woman with a crown, suggesting a queen, with a child holding a sword, associating the child with war in some manner, though we can't see the genitals to confirm anything more. Well, you do get the idea then that this is a Queen of Anor Londo holding her baby. Now, why is this significant? Why, as soon as we enter the Parish district, this statue? Well, we must continue forward to find out. Nameless King reference, yeah! Oh. We're gonna get rid of you first. Because I was totally gonna deal with that Black Knight, but then you had to mess everything up. I need more. Need more room! Come down. Come on. Come on. Oh my god. I'm down here. It's okay. You can make it. There we go. There we go. Look at that. You can do it, buddy. See? I had faith in you. It's cool that Thief class has high faith and features a flower/fire on his chest plate. Yeah. Really cool little stuff that we get here with the religious imagery. Dang it! I thought I could do that faster, but no. I dodge rolled! But okay, game. Okay. I get you. I get what you want to do. Okay, now I can definitely... There we go. No more dying, though. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Come on. Oh. Oh, that wasn't a backstab? Okay. Thank you. Well, that was slightly too early then. My bad. Okay, we're gonna skip Black Knights because clearly I'm too boosted. Parry him. I don't want to try parrying him right now, Rico. I know I'm going to fail and die even more than I already have. Let's continue with the lore play. Clearly, Black Knights are tough enemies I can't beat, apparently, even though they're really easy to backstab, but I'm just boosted. Okay. As we can see, lots of fire and burning bodies here. We are not welcome. Got it. Closes the gate. Oh, crap. That was not what I wanted. Woo. But again, as we can see, lots of work to defend this place, and lots of people have been killed in the attempt. Oh, dang it. Yeah, that was just bad when I rolled off. If he makes his build a Faith Paladin, I'll do a BL4 run. I might go that direction. It really depends. Depends on if I go through Catacombs earlier or later. There we go. Oh my. Okay, fine. Oh, well, dang it. I didn't dodge roll! I thought I could dodge roll faster. Nope. The child is one of Gwyn's daughters. I guess it isn't a face. We will talk about the statue as we go further. Assuming I get there. 'Cause boy, I don't know if it's because I've been streaming for over 3 hours, but I feel like I'm getting rustier. Oh my god. There we go. There we go. There we go. Lowering skulls. Because, again, hollows are attracted to souls, so they go for whatever souls they see, even if it's just a skull that happens to have a lot of souls harbored inside it. Alrighty, so we just have to deal with Big Boy there. I think everything else has been handled. As we can see, they have these giant boars from the area that they collect and turn into these... Oh. Game? Oh. I thought you could backstab them, but I guess I misremember. Oh. That was close, huh? There we go, I can do it. For some reason it doesn't work on stairs, though. Okay. Oh. Oh. There we go. Woo! So, he's dealt with permanently. Again, we could have run past here and gotten past this gate before that undead locked it, but c'est la vie. As you can see, hollows can in fact have some rudimentary planning for ambushes. Oh yeah, there's the ambush guy. He's not on the left. Oh. There we go. As you can see, a kind of dining or mess hall for this parish district, which again makes sense with all the staff that must be working here in order to keep the church up and running. That's awkward. Well, thank God you do 0 damage. Mystery key, that's for the... Lore's not really that important for this key, it just tells you, hey, it's kind of mystery. Looks like it works for a cell. Better find a prison cell, which you can use for that. Fun fact is the corpse's burning is the same model as the Demon Souls Cleric class. Very true. Backstab, but stab more like. Yeah, that's very true. You can backstab the hitbox just praise. Exactly. No, not the Clerics. They're so good. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. I love... Oh, right. Hey, Boulder Knight. You mind if I take your stuff? Oh. No? Good. Man, I love when my 2 feet aren't touching the thing that I'm standing on. That always makes me feel secure. Alright. Ah! Into the white light! Fog! As we can see, here's a Boulder Knight. We get our first look at the type of people who are coming to this parish, and for good reason. Nice. Night Shield, like I talked about before, it's the idea that it deals with an old noble family. Oh. First time we're getting one of these. So again, it's very elegant, fancy, gives the sign that again you come from an old line of nobles, specifically knights. So we get the idea of Petrus, and of course these Boulder Knights that we're going against are both of this variety. Now we come around through the side route from where we were in the mess hall area. Oh no, right. Forgot. What, you're here too. Ah, darn. Dang it. Perfect. Dang it. Tight Knight Shard. Balder Shield. Shields of the Knights from this old kingdom of Balder. The idea was that, okay, this is where a certain character called Night King Rendell, but the kingdom was reduced to ruins after a widespread... So the idea is that, okay, Balder was an old kingdom. It's been around for a very long time, but it fell. It fell because of undead. That's how bad the curse is, that even an old and storied kingdom like Balder could collapse. Now, there's a bit of a meta commentary being done here. Because the name Night King Rendell, or Lendl, in the Japanese, is a reference to Old King Allant from Demon Souls. Because for those that don't know, Old King Allant was eternally referred to as a King Lendl. And Balder, you may notice, is very much like Boletaria in both like the design of the knights and things like that, in terms of having like that stereotypical fantasy knight kingdom, etc., with heavy metal armor and plates and things like that. The Old Kingdom part ties into other stuff, but that's for later. But the point being is that there's this very obvious idea that Boletaria fell to the Soul-Starved. Balder has also fallen to the Soul-Starved. And we can kind of get the idea that Boletaria was this really powerful and great nation, even it fell, and the same thing is happening here. Night King Rendell is our King Allant sort of character. A very powerful warrior knight, warrior king, I should say. And things just didn't work out. There's the basement key that we want. We'll look at that in a sec. There's the doors. Again, we're at the church now, and as we can see how well fortified it is, we can expect it to not be a simple place you can just waltz into. As you can see here, there is a crack in this garden pool type area, so therefore all the water's kind of drained out. We can only see like the lower reaches there. As a result, it creates this massive chasm that we have to go around, and again, wooden platforms and stuff to try to move around it. Oh! Well, that sucks. Good news is we can just go through the gate. Next time, I guess I'm just going straight to Abyssal. Balder Knights look like an ancient role had reached the Middle Ages. Yeah, I really like that analogy. Quiet, phone. As long as he didn't hear me up until we're here. Now we can go. Okay, let's get to Andre. Hey, buddy. That's not Andre. This is Andre. Alright. We'll talk about the church here in a sec once we get our bonfire. So Balder Knights, as we can see, are among the undead who have traveled here. The reason for coming here specifically, we'll get more details in a moment. First, we have to travel down here. Alright. Woo! Is there any lore explanation of NPCs' height differences? Balder Knights are way bigger than natives. No. The lore, the artistic license is the prime determinator on the, or what did I write the first time? Whatever. Anyway, it's the prime factor determining whether, what a size of something is. There isn't any, like, consistent factor for, hey, this thing is bigger than this thing. Unless it's, like, a giant, where it's like, okay, their race is supposed to be big. Generally speaking, it's like, okay, a regular NPC Balder Knight looks our size. A hollow Balder Knight is like 3 times our size, because it's trying to get across the idea of, hey, these are super big, super tough knights, and now they're hollows, and they're trying to kill you. So they make them big and intimidating and burly, right? Same thing with like Balder stuff. Also, it's just generally good to game design to have enemies that are bigger than you, because it makes it easier when you're locking on and moving, so your character doesn't block them completely, and you can't see what you're hitting. We're not going to talk to Andre right this moment. First is the idea that this is an old church. So the idea is that this church predates the current church at the Undead Town, so therefore it predates the Undead Town itself. We will see that this church belongs to Ulasil based on the consistent architectural factors that we'll see around here. But again, we have the idea that there's this Ulasilian church which connects straight to Sen's fortress, and of course we'll see that it connects to Darkroot Garden, which we will learn is the ruins of Ulasil. The Baldur Knights are congregating around the church. Sen's fortress is made clearly the place where we're supposed to go next, and I think Andre is the one who will tell us this, so let's first talk to Siegmeyer and then get to Andre. Their medials or something similar, probably. Black Knights too. Yeah, Black Knights are medials. The Black Knights are supposed to be servants of Gwyn. They've been around longer than the human lifespan would account for. Again, excluding undead. Undead's a recent phenomenon, though. So yeah, the Black Knights and Silver Knights are medial, serving the gods. So it's questionable on whether or not these knights are also considered gods, because we never get an example of a knight explicitly called a god. The closest we get is Havel, where Havel seems to have been a silver knight, who obviously wears now, like, rock knight armor, because, like, he's, you know, well, his lore reasons, we'll get to that. But, the point is that we have a lot of examples of a knight who ends up being worshipped, has adherents and stuff to that, but it's like, he's never explicitly called a god. You can assume he's being treated as a god, but then does that mean that he was already a god and he just has a following now, or is he only considered a god because now he has a human worshippers who are willing to single him out as one? Again, that's a sort of vagueness in the lore that is worth sort of discussing or debating. But it's very clear that the Black Knights, Silver Knights, Artorias, etc., Ornstein, etc., they're all medials. They're all part of the race of the gods, at least.
Forgive me. I was absorbed in thought. I am Siegmeyer of Katarina. Quite honestly, I've run flat up against a wall. Or a gate, I should say.
Yep.
The thing just won't budge.
Uh-huh.
No matter how long I wait. And oh, have I waited. So, here I sit, in quite a pickle, weighing my options, so to speak.
Gotta wait till things open up, huh? Go on.
Still closed.
Still closed.
Still closed.
Yep. Alright. So we get the idea that Siegmeyer is this warrior, much like us, an undead who's trying to embark on the mission to get past here. Nothing to see there. Also, make note of the stream here. Illusory Wall loves when people point out this stream, because it is actually notable for for the catacombs when we get there later. But again, notice how there is a stream that passes between Sen's fortress and the old church at the parish. Let's now talk to Andre. As we can see, Andre has taken like stuff like this altar here and repurposed it for all of his smithing and stuff.
Well, you must be a new arrival. I'm Andre, a restorer. If you require smithing, then speak to me.
Demigods, maybe, like ancient Greek heroes. We never get the term demigod used. It's only used in Demon Souls, and obviously the English term is used in Elden Ring. But generally speaking, we don't see the medials siring any half-god, half-human children until Dark Souls 3, after a long time in the human world. When are we going to have that Loki Illusory Wall collab stream? Oh, that would be great. I'd love to do more stuff with Illusory Wall. I've talked to him on several occasions and had nice little kind of like kinda pseudo collabs. I'd like to do something formal with him in the future. I think the closest we did was that one time where I was helping him with translations for his vid on some stuff regarding the Design Works interview. Hurrah! So, Andre, he's just an ordinary blacksmith.
Most weapons and armor.
Yeah.
If you
Blah, blah, blah.
they're nice. So
Yeah, so he's giving us basic advice.
there are two types of weapon forging.
Yeah.
As you
Okay, we all know I'm not gonna have him parrot everything that we know that he talks about for...
So whatever you do,
Better do it well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, oh my god, so much tutorial. Okay, got nothing to say. Gotcha. Purchase item. We're not getting Crest of Artorias anytime soon. Is this worth getting into now? We're not having trouble where, like, maybe when we go to the depths, we're gonna want this when we get to Blighttown and stuff. But for now, I think we're good. For now, let's just upgrade my weapon. What are the requirements? Do I want to upgrade what I currently got or get rid of it? We've got a battle axe. I am liking my bandit's knife with my bleed, though, so that's something to consider. But is that going to be useful with the enemies we have up ahead? Because some of them are heavily armored.
I'll be seeing you there.
Yeah.
Week.
I'm going to focus on level ups right now. Andre likes getting to churches and just setting in all his stuff. Kind of something similar in Dark Souls 3, so yeah. Hello, hey Painful Discourse, welcome on in. Good to see you. Anything else that we want to do here? So nothing crazy there. Yeah, I think we're just gonna stick with Bleed Dagger. I'll give it one upgrade, maybe two, and then we'll leave it at that because I don't want to waste all my Titanite. We will get more in the future though, so. Okay, there we go. That's all I'm gonna do. Mace is nice. Bonk is the way. Mace definitely is something to consider, huh? Oh, you know what? I want to get the Morning Star because Morning Star bleeds, right? So yeah, we can do that from the church. So yeah, let's clear out this place and then we can get Morning Star and switch to that. Also, upgrading your armor is more important than level. Ooh, that's true. That is true. But is this the armor I want to upgrade? Like, how long am I planning to stay with it? Because I'm going for lighter armor generally, so let's see. First, let's repair our stuff. Oh. Enforce armor. I only have one shard still. Alright, I'll have to remember that in the future. Okay, so Andre won't give us the lore, so we're just gonna do this while I... Oh, dang it. Rada Frada automatically using... Any other souls I should know about? Sure. There we go. Okay. Okay, bottomless box now. We don't use this. We might use this. We might use this later. These could be useful if we're ever in a sticky situation. We're not gonna use this for a while. Homeward Bone's always nice to have. And we don't need anything else here. We'll use these weapons because we're not gonna be needing it. I can always pick them out of my bottomless box later. Nothing from Baldur that we care about. Oh my gosh, this is why we have quality of life in later games. No, wait, I want to level up. Let's get one level up in before I lose my souls. Let's go into more HP. There we go. No, we want to go up. Oh, what the fuck? You can upgrade armor, yeah. Dark Souls 3 removed it. I remember being in 2. You can get the Fair Lady's Ring. Is that a... you got the Fair Lady's Ring. Is this a simp stream? It is. It's always a simp stream, Sneed. We always simp for Fair Lady. How am I supposed to do a lore through if I can't talk to my waifu? It's very important. Hey, buddy. Dang it. I ran out of stamina. This is definitely you want lots of stamina build if you're gonna do a dagger. Because I want to get that bleed. So, like, might be something I have to consider. Okay. Anything else we want here? Anything else to talk about this way? Nope. Okay, there's just the church. So as we can see, we're now entering the church. We have our shortcut there that way. Let's get our knight friend here. This is a Berenike knight. The original Japanese name for this character is Bernice, which is the English, or I think English version of Berenike, which is Greek. Meaning bringer of victory. But obviously, the idea that this big, strong, tough knight is called Bernice is, was changed in localization for hopefully obvious reasons. Oh, I didn't even need to... This guy, he does not deal with bleed very well. And by that I mean he deals with it perfectly well. It's actually kind of obnoxious. He won't bleed. Ow. Ow. Oh, that one hit me though. So I guess, oh, of course you have that. Of course you can do that. There we go. Titanite Shard. You need to kill 100 to get the Crest of Artorias, dog smile. Oh, Rico. What are you trying to make me do? Ay, ay, ay. Only issue will be the Skellies and the Catacombs, but you can upgrade the Occult Club to get a Divine Club later. That's very true. I could always get, like, a Divine Club earlier if I get the thing from Moonlight Butterfly first, so... Firekeeper Soul... Okay, so we have the idea of a Firekeeper. Notice how the specific corpse for a woman is being used for this, again. A thing that's exclusive to women. As we can see, she's dead, and she's being basically given her last respects on the altar. As we can see, beneath the altar is that statue we saw at the fountain. Now, there are a few things worth noting here. Imagery of birds. Imagery of lions. Mountain goats. Maybe even gazelles. And, humans. All raising their heads to this birth of this child. Lots of, what's it called? Wheat or barley. In the background there, behind them. So you have this strong nature imagery associated with this goddess. And specifically the child in her arms. So we're dealing with a child who has some association with war. She is the daughter of the Queen of Anor Londo. Oh, sorry, I should say she's the child of the Queen of Anor Londo, associated with war, and associated with nature. Well, there's only one character who really fits the bill, and that is Guinevere. So the idea would be that this parish has a church that is dedicated to Guinevere. We, of course, also see here more statues similar in nature, with sort of an Athena type of style to them, with the military headwear, the robes, and the long staff with flame. Again, flame, of course, associated with, obviously, the gods of Anor Londo in the first flame. The military, of course, we are undead warriors here to challenge Sen's fortress, as we will learn as we continue with our mission. And we have this church here dedicated to Guinevere. As you may recall, Guinevere is the goddess who we are expected to visit in order to proceed with our mission. The idea is we are supposed to receive a revelation from Guinevere in Anor Londo. We obviously don't know this at this point, but the point being is that this is sort of what the Undead Parish is sort of set up culturally to be doing. So Guinevere is a goddess whose birth would definitely be loved by all of nature, because not only is she a goddess of quote-unquote bounty and fertility, fertility not in the childbirthing sense, but in the good harvest sense, she's a harvest goddess. She is the goddess you pray to when you want your crops not to fail, so that way you can eat for the winter. She's incredibly important in that regard, and so she's loved by all. Mankind absolutely adore her, and as we can see, there's the idea that nature in general adores her. She's also, of course, associated with war because she is, again, a goddess of also bounty, blessings, grace. She gives blessings to warriors, many-fold, as we learn. So again, we can see this idea of why she is so important that a statue of her mother holding her would be erected here and at the front of the parish. The man's offering an egg! It's like, oh, God is here, an egg. And then she's like, okay, I'll give that to my sister Filianor. Don't worry, she'll be created retroactively in Dark Souls 3. Great Shield plus Great Mace, the pinnacle of Paladin builds. Ooh, that's true. That would be kind of cool. That's not even just a regular mace. If this statue represents Guinevere, why doesn't it look like anything like her? What do you mean, like, look anything like her? She's a baby. She's a baby! She's a child. She's an infant. Cut her some slack. Anyway, as we can see here with the church, the Baldur Knights are helping defend it. We will find more of them inside, giving us the idea that these are those who escaped Sen's fortress and essentially kind of stuck around as, like, hanging around the church as, like, guards and stuff. They are there when everything goes to hell. We also, of course, see a curious character here, the Channeler. Now, the term Channeler is not exactly accurate to the localization. It is more accurate to say he is an evangelist. He is one of Seath's six-eyed evangelists. The idea being is that he is a worshiper of Seath. He has full body armor, likely representing Seath's desire for scales. The 6 eyes represent sort of the idea that he acts as Seath's eyes as well as his own for the purposes of finding people to, as we learn, abduct. That is their general shtick. Oh, I thought the woman was her, not the baby. No. I talked about earlier with the first statue. It's clearly a woman on an Anor Londo pedestal, very big. She has a crown, so give you the idea that this is the queen. This is Gwyn's wife. This is the queen of Anor Londo. And the child holding the sword here, so associated, again, we see how the birth of this child is like being like, oh, nature, wonderful, lovely. And the associated with war, again, both fit with Guinevere, who, again, good harvest and grace for warriors, and all those blessings. Imagine worshipping Seath. These dudes have a funny dance, lol. Yep, they're kind of, they're as mad as their mad god, I guess you could say in some ways. But anyway, they worship, so these channelers are evangelists, so they are here not to abduct people for specimens for Seath, as we'll learn, but they are also, into proselytizing the way of Seath. This is very important because we see that he is presiding over this church. Now, later we'll see an interesting scene with Rhea, but we won't talk about that for now. Instead, let's focus on how this channeler here is surrounded by a bunch of other undead flock. So there's the idea he will use his dance in order to drive, to kind of buff them up with the little frenzy with that. All of this is giving the, oh. Oh. Gotta remember to take those souls later, but fine for now. Come on. You done? You done? There we go. Oh, darn. Oh my god, stop it. There we go. Woo! Now, before we do that, we should probably take the shortcut. Before I forget. Isn't the undead curse a bad thing? It is. The medallions of the channelers have a Kabbalah feel to them. Yeah, they definitely have a. They definitely has that kind of look to it, doesn't it? So in Japanese, the channelers and the evangelists from Dark Souls 3 are the same thing. Wow. No, okay. The evangelist in Dark Souls 3, the term for evangelist there more accurately means like a preacher. You know, someone who spreads. You know, someone who like says the word but isn't necessarily outright proselytizing. There is the evangelist idea from like earlier drafts and stuff for the script, but that's kind of like why when they're like, it's like they're kind of going out and they're the preachers, right? Like they're being like, oh, the way of the deep and all that stuff, right? So like there's two different terms, but again, they're kind of synonymous. Hey, buddy, got anything new to say?
Oh, hello. I will teach you a miracle.
Yeah.
An undead mission?
Yes.
Regrettably, I cannot share that with you.
Oh no! But I need to know about my mission. I have this big mission with the bells. You have more information?
Show your faith.
Oh, I have to. Oh, I have to show my sincere. Oh. Okay, chat.
Very well. I can surely tell you of all people.
Oh, thank you, good priest.
Undead clerics are given a mission.
Wait a second. This wasn't what you promised me.
Bonfires with humanity.
Huh?
Through kindling, we shall one day be granted magnificent powers.
I feel cheated. Okay, so basically Petrus is like, well, you want to know about the mission? Well, I know about the mission, but if you want to hear more about it that I'm talking about, well, you have to show your sincerity, show your faith. And he's like, well, here's your souls. And he's like, I'm just paying my indulgences. Just gotta bribe the priest. And he's like, well, I can surely tell you. Well, you see, the mission for the clergy. And it's like, wait a second. This isn't quite what I had in mind. But he's basically telling us that the undead, the Way of White, has its own mission for undead clerics. The idea being that they are supposed to go out and find this thing called kindling, the secret rite of kindling. Now, kindling means like, means this idea of fueling fire. So there's the idea that you, again, will make it more powerful than what we can already do. Now, we know already a rite of kindling, right? We have this ritual where we can empower the bonfire, make it have a bigger flame, and thereby have more powerful Estus we can, drink from. And thereby more swigs we can take. But the point that Petrus is making here is that, hey, for us, it's to go down there into the catacombs and all that to kind of find this secret rite and stuff like that. And with it, we can get these magnificent powers. Now, the Japanese is more accurately this idea of the power of a hero. Again, going back to this idea that we're supposed to be a chosen undead, a undead hero that will be able to challenge this mission and fulfill the quote-unquote prophecy. So...
Very well.
Yeah. So we.
Kindling is the art.
Yeah. We know that. So like, yeah. So again, we get clear as we've seen in every interaction with Petrus. He's not a good dude. When he goes to the pearly gates, Peter's gonna see Petrus and be like, "How dare you have my name?" What's our buddy gotta say here?
Don't you ever think to forge your weapons? You better find a smith box soon.
Oh no.
Unless you enjoy swinging about with blunt instruments.
I don't need it right now. Why are you like this, crestfallen warrior?
Bloody hell, what is it?
Yeah. It's like, okay. Anything else we need here? No. So let's just rest here. I can't remember. Can we bring this up any higher than 10? I want to say no, right? Because you can only bring them as high as 20, I think, right? Or 15 or something. Are we actually a hero? What makes sure we aren't a villain? That's a good question, Rico. That's exactly what a non-faithful servant of the gods would say. Do you want to be burned as a heretic, you unbeliever? You are on a holy mission, you unholy undead. How dare you question the morality of what you're doing? It is by divine providence that you are allowed to exist in your unholy state to fulfill this mission far beyond you. Is the purpose of bonfires explained in the game? The concept of offering humanity to kindle them is interesting. Explained again, we're talking about Dark Souls lore, so very little gets stated in like exposition dumps, but in terms of the general idea of, hey, what's the point of the bonfires? Yes, the bonfires condition you to, of course, give up your dark soul. Give up your humanity. Stop being what makes you human. Dark, eternal, immortal, greedy. And try to become more human. The human form that you're familiar with. The human form that all God-fearing men are familiar with. And the idea with that is, of course, hey, can we drop down here and survive? I can't remember. I want to say no, but... Well. Nope, I lived. The idea is, of course, is that a bonfire exists as a sort of, it's connected to the first flame, so you're getting the heat of the first flame that creates Estus and all that you put in your flask, and then from that bottle, you're able to use it on the go. But the general idea of the bonfire is that its heat warms you, it gives you life energy, hence you heal and stuff. And then the underlying concept of you healing like poisons and stuff. Obviously, that's game mechanics, because obviously people in Blighttown, they had Firekeepers. Doesn't work heal their afflictions any. So again, this is where like gameplay and lore kind of has to be separate. But the general gist of the bonfire to condition you to sacrifice your dark soul, give up your dark, and embrace the flame. Become to rely on flame. Whenever you see a bonfire, you're like, oh my god, bonfire, I'll run straight to you and rest at you. Oh, flame, you're so glorious and wonderful, I never want to be free of you. That is all, that's both a design of the developers and of the gods. Anyway, as we can see behind Petrus's little thing here, there are these suspicious chests. But when you start opening them, you're like, huh, cracked red eye orbs. These are used to invade, related to Dark Wraiths. Now, they're broken, so we can't do much with them. But it's like, that's weird. So, someone's invading? Oh! A Morning Star and a Talisman. Morning Star is known as a barbaric weapon among clergy. It's like, oh, like, it's pretty cruel, don't you, to, like, have the extra spikes on that mace? Like, you're really, like, digging in there, and, ooh, that's kind of nasty. And then it's, you get a talisman, which, again, gives you the idea of belongs to a believer in the gods. Well, that's weird. So it's a cleric. He's a pretty nasty cleric. Apparently he does heretical things like, invade, which is limited. Again, it's an art of, it's a work of the dark, the orb is an art / work of the Dark Wraiths. And what's here? Homeward Bone. Ooh. These are bones belong to undead. Undead who just wanted to, who wish they could go home, and that desire, that will is made manifest in their bones, so we can use that power to bring us back to the bonfire, because the bonfire is our home. But that's weird. So it looks like someone took trophies of the undead they killed. Petrus? Are you hiding something? Obviously he is. So we get the idea that Petrus here is... he's not a very good cleric. What a shocker! I am totally surprised. I would never have seen this coming. And finally... Lloyd's Talisman. Yeah, it's a cleric, alright. Lloyd's Talisman, of course, are used in Lloyd's Undead Hunt, so it belongs to a cleric knight, like Petrus. Yeah, we're not going this way. God, if this was Dark Souls 2, that would kill me. I'm not even joking. I wish I was. Crestfallen Warrior is such a scrub. Is the plus 10 normally, plus 15 and 20 if you get the right of kindling from... Okay, so it's no point in going human here for the bonfire. We're at the max. I suggest kindling most bonfires to plus 10 since plus 5 is so little right now. This is very true. I just drop under the elevator, LOL, to get there. Bro, about to make me do a no bonfire run. Oh, boy. You can. Would be more lore accurate in some ways. Let's move back upstairs. We're getting close to wanting to finish out our stream today. So, let's go a little bit farther. See what we can do with, this here. Come on, Channeler. In the meantime... we now have a mace. Be careful, I'm a penitent sinner. Oh. Oh. Alright, let's get you out in the open here. Come on, buddy. Done. My man? My man? Pathfinding? Are you having a Dark Souls 2 moment? My man's having a Dark Souls 2 moment. Oh. That works for me. Oh. Okay, sure. Sure, okay. Alright, am I forgetting any other items that we wanna... we're not going to be using Lloyd's Talisman, so let's just look at the thing. Again, in the world of man, undead are, again, they're cursed entities. Lloyd's cleric knights are widely praised for their undead hunts. So again, there's idea of, again, countries like Baldur collapse because too many hollows overwhelm it, right? You have to imagine it's a cascading effect. You know, there's one undead, and it's like, okay, that undead turns hollow, and that undead kills someone, kills a bunch of people, and then one of those people become undead, and then there's another hollow that might be happening in plain sight, and then suddenly it can get really out of control if you don't deal with them. And it's very difficult to deal with them, but the Way of White seems equipped to handle undead, to make sure that they don't get back up. And so we have stuff like Lloyd's Talismans, they'll block stuff like Estus. So that way, all of that's deal with. Now, all of these are related to this character called Allfather Lloyd. Now, the term Allfather shouldn't be taken literally. It doesn't mean Allfather as in he's the father of all. The Japanese term is chief god, or basically the leader of the gods, the top of the pantheon. The idea being is like, your Zeuses, your Odins, etc. Odin being called Allfather seems to be the influence for why the localization went with this. But the idea is that Lloyd is the chief god. He is the current leader of the pantheon. And we will learn more about why as we go forward. But there's the idea that, okay, Lloyd is a god, he's in charge, and he's the one who's handing out these talismans that allow the Way of White's knights to be able to go out and hunt these undead. Very useful indeed. Yeah, I think we're pretty solid here. Input read 101. I just need to get used to Estus Flasks being so slow on the recovery. I'm used to them being a little faster. Just gotta remember that healing is like you really, really, really need to be in a safe spot. But like I said, we're gonna be winding things down, so let's see if we can beat Channeler up there and get that all wrapped up. Yes, perfect. Oh, there we go. Oh. There we go. Nice. Oh. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Oh, damn. Oh, yeah. I forgot you're there, huh? Oh, boy. Well, mini-boss time. What if a cleric turns undead? They gonna hunt him? Yep. If it's the cleric's hollow, then yeah. If they're not hollow, as we see, the undead clerics are like Petrus, are sent on a mission to get the Rite of Kindling. Now, we can start as a cleric, but as I pointed out, we have a unique armor set, or well, not really unique, but you know what I mean. We have a different armor set from the typical stuff that undead clerics on mission wear. The idea being is that we are not part of that mission, we aren't being sent there, we're going on our own journey of self-discovery to find ourselves reacquainted to the faith. Because you have to imagine, we have become, you as a cleric, when you turn undead, you are becoming an unholy monster. Something that the Way of White seems to consider sacrilege, that you have done something wrong, that you have, for your sins, have been punished, as it were, for what you have done. And you're trying to understand, like, gods, how could this be? What did I do? I am a man of God. And so the idea is, obviously, when we turn undead, we seem to go on our own little mission of discovery outside, and then we get captured by up north and sent to the Undead Asylum, clearly. Game. I'm tired of dealing with you on different elevations, so let's do this. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, buddy. There we go. Oh. Dang it. There we go. Perfect. You know this is a remaster because the lighting and armor doesn't suck. In the official comics, the channelers look like Shrek under the helmet. That's very true. I've seen those Age of Fire comics. Oh boy. Hilarious. They are some of the most hilarious shit I've ever read. Just remember, guys, it says right at the beginning that's interpretation. That means anything goes. Oh boy. Oh well, this is awkward. Okay. It's weird having actual range on your weapon after doing a dagger. It's like, oh, right, this is possible. Okay. Is it just our evangelist friend? So as we can see, the evangelist is surrounded by a flock who he apparently is evangelizing. So he's taking advantage of the chaos in the Undead Burg in order to spread the word of Seath in this dire time. Wasn't Gwyn selfless in a way, sacrificing himself for his belief? We'll talk more about Gwyn as we go further along in the game. T-posing Gwyn and Garl Vinland, and oh my god, Sneed, don't remind me. T-posing Gwyn and Garl fucking Vinland. Oh, okay. There we go. Come on. Come on. You done? Ouch. I don't even care about that, to be honest. Go on. There we go. We'll deal with our friend later. As we can see, we're at the top of the church. A lot of meeting places for what could happen when you're not doing mass. It's clearly... We can also see how the church is the highest part of the undead town. It's located at the top of all the civic infrastructure. So we get the idea that the entire town is essentially built around... The entire town is essentially built around this church. So the church seems to basically be the government center as well as the religious one. Imagine going from the bottom of Undead Town just to have mass at this church. Like, oh boy, that's quite the walk. What's the lore behind Smo's Mommy Milkers? Miyazaki likes the design there. Now we have some, now we see some Seath research stuff. Are you still thinking about reacting to other people's lore videos? Yeah, I would love to do more content besides just these streams. Reacting to other people's lore content, doing my own lore videos and stuff like that. That is in the works. Again, your support is well appreciated. Please like and subscribe. Gonna do the full grift here today because, believe me, that stuff actually really does help. If I get this channel monetized, it does give me one added incentive to actually take time out of my schedule in order to do this type of stuff for you guys. Obviously, I can't be doing like 5 to whatever hour streams like every day for you, and well, if I can make some money off of it, I can at least be like, you know what, I can at least set more time aside to do and edit together videos and things like that. Okay, nothing else that we need to worry about. Yes, yes, I see you with your mad dance. There we go. Nice. Alright. Channeler is dead. Like I said before, fully heavy armored. Makes sense with Seath the Scaleless, who wants his scales. If you recall from the cinematic, he's crushing some dragon scales in his claws as he stands upon their corpses. The cinematic making a point of how, due to Seath's betrayal, the dragons were finally defeated. Now, the localization says, oh, they were no more. No, obviously we see that there are still dragons. Specifically, when we're talking about our ancient dragons, or archdragons, as later games will localize the term. The idea is that these archdragons are their original species of dragons from which wyverns, etc. come from, and they are the ones who were defeated and seem to be brought to nigh extinction, though they're not necessarily extinct quite yet. The evangelist here has some of this sort of full body armor, seeming to represent Seath's desire to have a stone-scaled body, since again he is a white dragon without scales. A friend recommended you to me today. Good stuff. To be honest, subbed. If you ever end up playing BB, I'm your man. Oh, I would love to play BB, my friend. Like, seriously, if BB ever comes to PC, I'm telling you I'm going to be streaming that thing instantly. So, hey, FromSoft, like, could you, like, announce Beyond the PC today? You should react to Hawkshaw's videos. He has some interesting interpretations. I've done work for Hawkshaw, actually, so believe me, I'm very well familiar with Hawkshaw. We collaborated for a brief time. React to Vati? Oh, sure, I'll react to Vati. So I'll react to a lot of things. That might be even better because it'll help me build up my repertoire because I can talk about stuff and sort of point out things similar to what I'm doing here when I'm playing the game, so that way you guys can kind of, like, look at it. So you know what? Since you guys are asking so much, I might honestly do that. That might honestly be a priority instead of making my own lore content. As much as I want to, it takes a really long time to convert my book stuff to a script that I'm happy with, and it just takes time. And I gotta do stuff for my website. Again, you guys can purchase Abyssal Archive at abyssalarchive.com. Check the link in the description if you want to just copy-paste that there. You can also find me at lokisouls.com. That's where I post a bunch of analyses for Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Demon Souls, Bloodborne. Full breakdowns of the entire lore. Some of you may have, watching right now, may have already known about my content, have read it, and have been longtime fans, but for those of you that are new, I strongly recommend. You guys are gonna really find stuff you're gonna like, I think. Interesting. I had no idea you both did a collab. Yeah, it's one of Hawkshaw's older videos, so you probably haven't seen it for, or you maybe haven't seen it, or you haven't seen it for a while, something like that. Mauler? Ooh, Mauler would be, yeah, but I could, it could end in a Mauler situation, with, the Hawkshaw stuff. I mean, I've made a point. Again, you guys can join me on Discord. Again, check the community link for the description there. And I make a rule there. I don't want you bad-mouthing other creators, generally speaking. Because I have obviously my perspective that differs from a lot of people in the Souls community for that stuff. And I say that largely stems from, obviously, my knowledge of the Japanese script versus others who work with the localization script, which, as I've highlighted multiple times during this stream, is less than perfect. Oh, I'm going to die here. I deserve that. But I have a tremendous respect for each of the content creators and what they've done to bring Dark Souls' popularity and its lore to everybody else. So, yeah, if I do a video, I'm gonna probably, like, dissect it, and I'm gonna try to avoid being something where I sound, like, too cruel, so to speak. Like, if they have problems, they have problems, but I don't wanna, like, I don't wanna be too mean about it, if that's the best way to put it. Oh, no, I'm not saying you're bad-mouthing him, Sneed. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that, like, again, Mauler is obviously very strong, especially when he's dealing with situations that he feels very passionate about. And I don't think I would take this exact same style. Obviously, again, I'm not trying to accuse you of anything. Don't worry. I'm just saying that me, on a personal level, I'm probably going to do something a little different to avoid a kind of Mauler situation. Granted, Mauler does do great content too, so. We've now dealt with so much stuff in this church. Again, I've talked about how this church seems to have been built specifically for the undead mission for your plans to go see Guinevere. We have seen how the church is the centerpiece that is the most important place to defend, and yet it has a evangelist of Seath lurking behind enemy lines. Totally accepted by everyone as they hollow. Curious thing, that. Oh, I'm gonna die. Woo! I think with that, we're gonna end the stream. It's been great, guys. I can't wait to do another one. Hopefully in the future we'll be able to keep this going. I don't know if we're going to do another of this game tomorrow, or if we're going to switch back to Elden Ring and then, like, do it every other day. I'm kind of leaning that way because I don't want to, like, overload everyone with, like, Dark Souls every single time. But again, it's wonderful having you all here. If you guys like this time that I've been doing this stream, I'll be sure to do it again. I'll make sure to make time for that, so that way we can have stream where more of you can come in. It's great seeing a lot of you in here. And it's been great just having a lot of people to chat and ask questions and just have such an interest in Dark Souls lore. I'm really happy. Midir's the last Archdragon we see. I was saying reacting to Hawkshaw would end up being exponentially longer. That's true. That's true. It would be definitely longer. Just because there's a lot of content to dissect with Hawkshaw's videos and stuff. But the same thing with, like, people like Smotown and stuff like that. And again, some of this stuff is, like, their older content, so again, I don't want to be too hard on a lot of people, because a lot of people are doing this where they're just doing this for fun or amateur. Like, YouTube was a different time back then it's obviously a decade later. A lot of things have changed. So overall, guys, great talking to you. Great having this chat. Wonderful seeing you. We're going to end things now here. So bye-bye.